Good morning, everyone, to this year's Fall Session 2021 with recognitions. And I'd like to introduce Shanata'a, Council Delegate Kiala Begay.
Good morning, staff, speaker. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, Shanata'a.
Okay. Ja, det er det na. Kudo an bispas an Kiala Begay Junior. I could only chahatsi. And I got an anslong king on a dash jabet and it dash chi other dish chin a dash nada. A coco slaughland at the but had the shaki a low mountain touchy gap salana canwood noslini and many farms. Deep in the Ecuador and here a bebenal so the des ingi kujich in lead hahot so kitchen the agency about all the do recognize a deal need to habitity need been yeshid Ecuador is not only I want to acknowledge my 5 chapters grazing official before going into showing the video. Lead low mountain do just as Aroslanda Atleki Babinal Sosikites Inky Mr. Raymond Begay Ado so Legendishki's Touchy Franklin Sosi Ado Salana Sasikates A. Stephen Sosi Ado Nazlin Irvin Shirley Adodag Halando, Mr. Roland. So, Akodit Ego Kodor, my grazing officials, Yaha non-Hidish Nido Lake, or Uj Nanishan Linigi, Beat Hadokato, Nanishan Linigi, or Adot Akwadin Hidot Nidin Dashing with I Nanishan Linigi, with I Kate de Noka, Akoko, or with A the Shisazido. On behalf of the Navajo Nation Council, Kodoshin o Kehan Hidini do le Koangi Hinan in Earth Indigido, Hitnan Lindigi, Banas, Nishiki, Koagina, Loshibiki, Dest Inc. Other Chile agency has Adonana, which is Industry Resource and Development Committee, Ajit Hasata. So recognizing, acknowledging the rest of the agency's grazing officials and Hilto Hehan Hago. In Hinan Shidas Indigi, a coco, a baby Nashikodosh, and then Lindigi Kodoch in leader, they'll get Eugene So, they'll get Jimmy Yellow Hair, they'll get Shashna Mr. Carl Slater, Kodo Dinko a basebans underneath Kodoch in leader Hahozogi, a hot egg with Shin Stoyan Sakis Arja, the best. Benal Sosi Kitades Inki Hut Ew Kodot Art Toy Knowledge Ilia do Listo. I would it all here launch and Ado Listo, Adoshin the video is to or here another dish another list staff. So with that I'd like to go ahead and give the floor back to the staff speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council, President Nez and Vice President Lizer. Other Chief Justice, Ecuador, good morning, Hidini, the little Kodoshi video key, need to show it net or little staff.
Ja, ik ben een tijd nog een zande. She Askerbaya senior in she. De slinige je de netachini. Tots of nebashin. Ado Turich in a dash che. Kappa a dashinale. Ado in Hodzo District 10-3. Yona the Bebenant Ainsle do Kaya Benaltos Wickedens the Nebukadens the great Nasta spider rock has never Lagana gets it. Ado you see Nasa, it's a cane sle. Ado and deity Tigun Nahanas Tahdilzis, baggage in the Bebenant I.
Shay Francis Honey in Shendley, Black Mesa chapter there. And I was first elected 2013. And I got out the permanent I put out I don't that I touching it of the that's a chay. Put I other na shark on so.
Sé Irene Bigé hunn si ádótí a bheith I dé adé a héad a bebanaltas Bigidens adú as den nebachán naswa adó donna enslini gé yaid áki a aninsle adó toige líni bas trin dot is it lanne dat se ché dó tuid ine dat se nalle had a héis dan insle adó 2005 a dai kudition honest and it all I enjoy working with my community with my elders in my community, and I miss going home, visiting with them and talking with them due to the pandemic.
Shanant, Mr. Delegate Begay, this is Donovan. Hey, apologies, we're having technical difficulties right now, so we're going to pull the video back up shortly. If you want to continue with the rest of your recognition.
Okay, Kodoshi, maybe we can just redo some segment some other time if this will not go through well. But from each of the chapter and each of the district within the Chinle agency. For my area, District 10, 11, and 4, the grazing officials and Linikito, other banana shit, I just Siniki. Coco Apejo, Codon, Yen Hitch, Edda Hatol Zisto, banana shit, I just Sinikito, hit I quagge, has Aniki Kishinju, Codon Kishan, she that's it, they lent a quiet through the video. But I believe we do have two other staff that will be able to provide additional information. I don't know if we can give the floor to the other staff that wants to provide additional information regarding the grazing official staff.
Good morning. Do we have anybody from... Go ahead.
No, I have Ms. Clark and then Mr. Little. Are they on the line?
Ms. Clark, if you're trying to unmute yourself, it is *6. *6.
I got it, *6. Where is it? I got it. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You went mute again, Ms. Clark. Sorry, apologies. It's *6.
What about now? Do you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, good morning. Shinant Ani Danofleniki this morning. Yat ehipene. My name is Wanda Clark, and I worked for the New Dawn program for 22 and 6 months years. And our program that a lot of you probably heard of is called the New Dawn program, which started back in 1980. Individual that I have met here in Chinle area. His name was Carl, and I believe he was a consul delegate that came and got to be a part of this program, and it's been running that many years. And it's been an honor that I have worked with the New Dawn program this many years with under the Navajo tribe. And it's sadly to hear just a couple of months back that our program was going to end. And there was like a, a short budget on our behalf of our program, which we had utilized with social services and water resources and our program together that shared the budget. But apparently our program was able to not return of this many years that's been a part of the Navajo Nation, which we provide seeds, planting seeds, which is the most important time of the, for everybody during the springtime, and especially through this pandemic time. I'm sorry, and this is when we really need this to get our family back into to be becoming the self-sufficient, and that was part of our program, was being self-sufficient. And I'm going to miss this program. We reached out to many people out there, our Diné people, our Diné families, from Head Start on up to college students, and it was a very great honor to be a part of this program and working with all our elders, our Diné families. And it's an honor today that I was called, that I was going to be a part of this council session with you all, and having our council delegate Eugene to recognize a few of us here. And I'm very honored because he always been a part of our program, helping and encouraging, and I really appreciate that. And we were like 4 agency. I took care of the central agency. There was a Shiprock agency, Tuba agency, Crown Point agency, and Fort Defiance. That's one individual taking care of the agency in the area, and we did accomplish a lot.
Good morning, Ms. Clark. Are you still there?
Oh, what happened? I was really talking away. I'm not sure where I left off, but all I'm going to say is thank you very much to be a part of this morning session. I appreciate all the many people I have helped through our program. And it's saddened that our program has to end this way without a budget. I hope that our people will continue to take care of their fields, continue to plant. Our program was a unique program. It's been here since 1980, and it had to close. And I had to go ahead and make my choice of retiring myself. So I'm going to miss everyone. And I reached out to all our Diné families, our students, from Head Start on to college students. And we were a good resource. That's what I'm going to say. So thank you very much, you all, and also Mr. Eugene, our council delegate within the central agency. I don't know where I broke off, but I just want to say thank you this morning and recognizing me. And I am also, my clan is Tuaneglin in Schneidel, my Deshkijin Bashin, Twitchini Edashichedo, Trapaha Edashinale, and that's who I am. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Honorable Delegate Begay, back to you.
Awat Ashin Kodo on his staff on Linigi do the grazing official. Awat Ashin Kodo better recognize the daily ado le Adoshin Kodo Yahata Hasigi do Yadahti Kishin Kodo. I believe some of my colleagues from the Resource and Development Committee are on the call, and maybe we'll review the video, the content. Kodo Yahata Hasi Tashin Kodo. Papa and Yanani Kitolis, but what end Kodo Shisazino as a delegate for the Chile agency as well. I just want to say thank you all the staff. Kodo Bahata Isito, Hatahasikito. I guess our apology for the technical difficulty in doing the video, but nonetheless, we'll make that correction and hoping that we do a better presentation of our local elected officials. So with that, staff Nastindigi, Ado Speaker, everyone else, good morning. Ado Kodo Eugene So, Delegate Eugene So, Shin Kwake Binan Shato, Ile, Ado Ilagi, that at this Shato, a Kobinachiko Kodoshin, or Han Hidini to let honors. So with that, staff, that will conclude our recognition and presentation of the Chile agency grazing official. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shanata. Honorable Kialan Begay for that recognition on behalf of Delegate Eugene So. And just for all the listeners and those that are viewing through social media, the Navajo Nation Council is going to upload Delegate Eugene So's grazing officials video to YouTube, so you can access that there later on this afternoon. Now let's go ahead and move on, since we have limited time this morning and council starts at 10 o'clock and we have other presenters. Please keep it within the 5-minute time frame. Now,
Apologies. Good afternoon and good morning again. This is Donovan. We're going to go ahead and move on to Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Mark Freeland, are you there?
Good morning, Donovan and El Rey, Speaker's Office. Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Colleagues, staff, and everyone listening on this call this morning, good morning. First of all, Shay Mark Freeland, the Shiro Dotinigi Totsoni, Slowed Kia Ani Asia. I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Navajo Agency, Crown Point, Nahajishki, Te I, Becenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nyaza. This morning, I wanted to recognize the staff out in Crown Point and Eastern Navajo Agency, the program staff that have been working tirelessly during the pandemic. You want to say thank you to all the programs that have been providing service to our Navajo people during this pandemic since March of last year. I've been out there I did stop by and visit a few of them, dropped off some hand sanitizer and checked in on many of them during this time. So with that, I want to recognize them and say thank you on behalf of the Navajo Nation Council and our of course, our Navajo people, our employees are the backbone of the service that we provide to our people. Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support Services, DALTEX, staff from Eastern and Northern agencies, the 6 centers that I have in my area, particularly Lake Valley, Crown Point, Nahajishkish, Te'ahe, also Naizi and Herfano, the staff, as well as the 23 other staff from the other chapters as well. Thank you. The cooks, drivers, and senior supervisors. I did see them out there in the field working. Thank you for your continuous service and providing hot meals each and every day during the pandemic to our people, our elderly, our community health representatives. Thank you to the Crown Point Service Unit, as well as the Shiprock Service Unit, all the CHR staff that have been out there working tirelessly to educate our people of COVID-19. We have a great group of individuals working on CXRs. Thank you very much, CXRs. We are very, very blessed to have each and every one of you working out there during this time. Our Eastern Agency, Division of Community Development, Administrative Service Centers, our 31 chapter staff, the CSCs and AMS, our CPMD staff, thank you very much for your work as well. You were all out there during the pandemic working hard and tirelessly in support of all of our people at the chapter level. Thank you very much. Eastern Agency, Navajo Special Diabetes Program, thank you as well as the Navajo Health Education Prevention Program. They were working, the staff was working at the pods, at the distribution centers, and they were working tirelessly along with our CXRs there. Our Eastern Agency, Navajo Food Distribution Program, Mr. Tim Murphy and the crew in Crown Point, thank you for continuing to provide essential food for our people. We had individuals come as far as Counselor and Torian to pick up food in Crown Point from the USDA and the Navajo Nation Food Distribution Program. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies, for your tireless efforts. The Navajo Nation Police Department, Criminal Investigations, Corrections, as well as the Crown Point, this is the Crown Point District. Thank you for all your service during this time. We're so blessed to have our Navajo PD, our criminal investigation, and our correction officers work during this time from the Crown Point District. Lieutenant Wendell Bitsilli, Captain Leslie, Lieutenant Dave Charles, the Eastern Commander for our EMS as well, our Navajo Nation Emergency Medical Services for Crown Point, Miss Johnson, Miss Penny Johnson, thank you. Frontline workers, Navajo PD, Criminal CI, as well as Correction and Navajo EMS. Thank you from Crown Point area. Thank you for taking care of our people in the Eastern Navajo Agency. And of course, the Division of Social Services, all the workers who have been working tirelessly since March, providing essential services, our Family Service Unit staff that's located right next to the chapter house, as well as the Department of Self-Reliance down at NTU. The group have been working with our people as far as TANF and getting some relief to them as well. So we're very thankful for all of our employees out in Eastern Navajo Agency. Very blessed to have them out there. And I could go on and on and on. There's so many people to thank, but I only have 5 minutes. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff out there, the chapters, our officials, everyone who has been out there tirelessly helping our people during this time of need and pandemic. It's been really a hard situation that we dealt with. And of course, we can't forget the Indian Health Service, Crown Point Service Unit, Public Health Nursing, all the doctors and nurses and personnel at Crown Point Service Unit in the ER, dietary, custodial, security. Thank you all for helping our people in a time of need. This pandemic really took its toll on us, and we're very thankful to have the support of our employees and the staff of the Navajo Nation. God bless each and every one of you, your families, and take care, please, continually. With that, I want to say thank you, Mr. Nelson, and as well as Mr. Hanley. Thank you for the time. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Council Delegate Mark Freeland. With that said, we'll go ahead and move on to Delegate Charlene So.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Hanley. Yeah, Asia the adult Shinand Donald Senegi, Shuja Charlene So adult Nadine Dean Besh Baras Anansha, Bana Shahagi adult Banasha Shigi a Torsakant Isanspas, Red Mesa, Mexican Water, and Aneth, Akoyat and Hitashnidolesh. DJ being that quite I would like to give a recognition to our chapter retired manager, Martha Sagboy. Lena Khaytode, the Quishinakha is lean Banan Nishkazlo, Odd Ego, 42 years, this thing double on Nakhe. And that dedication I am greatly thankful for. A quote, Benachan she the Quishin the Ne Ale Ananisteo Ado Ale electricity, water, that energy who one adaj negi. AI is Benanishko Iila. And because of that, many contributions were given to the community. And I thank her for the time and the collaborative effort. for the past 3 years since I've been elected. And we help take care of our Mexican water constituents during the time of electric power outages. We would deliver food to the elders and those who are in need, made sure that the people who are in oxygen had a place to stay. So yeah, Martha Sagboy, and I will give you some time to introduce yourself. *6, Martha, if you're on the call. We did order a plaque for her, and this recognition is going to be read as presented to Martha Sagboy. For your wisdom, devotion, and commitment to excellence, we honor your outstanding 42 years of service to the Mexican Water Chapter and Navajo Nation, signed by Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and myself, Charlene So. I don't know, I also like to give thanks to our other chapter manager from Annis, Wilbur B. Capitan. He also retired this year, and we also will present a plaque, and they will be sent to them today. And again, this does read as presented to Wilbur B. Capitan. For your wisdom, devotion, and commitment to excellence, we honor your outstanding 37 years of service to Annis Chapter and Navajo Nation. I know that being a chapter manager, we do have challenges that we put forefront, but you guys have taken it on dearly and wholeheartedly. I don't see so the Zimbik Echo the dedication to serve the people, and they served that many years, and so I'm in awe and I'm in great thanks to the both of you. Mr. Capitan, if you are on the phone call, I will allow you time to introduce yourself, Shanat.
Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, good morning. Thank you, honorable delegates. To recognize me as a retiree. I know I was asked at the last minute to provide my biography, but my biography came too lengthy, about 2 pages. I know we're on a limited time, but I don't want to shut outside. I done his boss and all the challenges and all the chapter work that's involved and all the team effort that's put into it, and all the years that I put in. I really appreciate the employer for giving me the opportunity, and then also working with the with the Navajo Nation, some of my stakeholders that I work with to make possible for all chapter activities and chapter projects. I thank the Navajo Nation, Utah Navajo Trust Fund, Navajo Revitalization Fund, San Juan County, State of Utah, Indian Health Service, USDA, and some private foundation and nonprofit. These are the key people that make it happen for us to secure fundings for different projects that we have accomplished through the years, providing housing, water line, power line, and all the the needed items that the chapter are delegated equipment that or you never cut that is good. One that then that cut or on the when that's launch is still in need or there's all could be been she being hashtag no cut needs to get some free time in my own family situation. So Kedosh Nalikiano Nakid Natsu Nakin Nanale. I don't dash usually even in night, but it's the case of spend some time with them. And then Quain and she demanded the start in Sagoya, Martins, Manshish Kago, yeah, delegate so on a recognition that we be behind Zila to have a recognition day this morning by Henson Sagro and the Hilchi Nation Asita in the Hill and she didn't catch it. Joe had in the Abu Osali, but even really supportive of the program and the chapter and the representation by Henson. I don't wish my son, then he don't tell us any that based on data, the business, he cheated with that industry. I see you and Zabe, Benny, Caron, and Craig by Henson. So again, I try to say thank you, and I don't know that I had in Sagway, Benny, this case on in Washington, but just she don't shut it. Shenanigans, Bishop, the sleeve by Henson. I thought of it, yeah, she's not sound. Thank you very much.
Mr. Capitan, I'd thank you again from myself and on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Damon, for the Annis constituents. Thank you for serving AI needs, and I wish you the best with your future endeavors. I wish you great health, wealth, and above all, happiness. God bless you. Martha Sagboy and Mr. Wilbur Capitan.
Yeah, Shanata, Delegate Charlene So, thank you very much. For those of you that are just joining us, this is the Navajo Nation Council Fall Session Recognitions Day. We have heard from Delegate Key Allen Begay, representing on part of Delegate Eugene So, the Chinle Agency Grazing Representatives. We have also heard from Delegate Mark Freeland with the Eastern Agency Daltex Team, Social Services, Crown Point Service Unit with the Community Health Representatives, Shiprock Unit, Eastern Agency DCD Administration Center, Eastern Agency Navajo Nation Special Diabetes Program, the Navajo Health Education Prevention Program, the Navajo Food Distribution Program, the Navajo Police Department, Crown Point District, and Navajo Emergency Medical Services, Crown Point District. So keep in mind, we're going to go on next. Thank you to our delegates. Honorable Delegate Daniel So, are you on the call?
Yate, Mr. Hanley.
Yate, the floor is yours, sir.
Agushila. Yate, you get the sneedle, Gato said in there, Sutkes in a Alka Sinto, Eki, to Nerekia, to Aunt Tojo Nan, the Inofaki, or do I have Quaki? I see, then yeah. Atra Suzistoto Leki Aya the I'd like to see if Superintendent Sanchez is on the call, or Shemaya Rafaelita Phillips, or Miss Diana Martinez. Are you on the call? In that aspect, I'm going to ask for my phone. I can't pull up that spreadsheet that was sent by the Cuba Independent School District. Mr. Alray Nelson, could you go down the list, assist me in getting all the bus drivers? The bus drivers were Cuba Independent School District serves the students from the Torreon, Ojo Encino, and Counselor chapters. They make up 70% of the 672 students that compose the Cuba Independent School District. And in that aspect, they were featured in Time magazine. They made the front cover.
Good morning, Shanata, Delegate Daniel So. These are the individuals that were listed that are part of this distinguished group of people, professionals from the Cuba Independent School District Transportation Department. They include Diana Martinez, David Anton, Irene Aragon, Tammy Intencio, Larry Chabada, Matthew V. Chavez, Stephen Chavez, Ubaldo Kelly Miestes, Trini Martinez, Tommy Pinto, Orlinda Sandoval, Daryl Sala, Dean Antonio, Key Bisera, Matthew T. Chavez, Hope Sanchez, Ricky Toledo, and a Victoria Dominguez. And Miss Diana Martinez proudly serves as its director. Back to you, Council Delegate Daniel So.
Okay, Mr. Nelson. And I basically, bus drivers certainly make up the educational team in any school district. And I want to commend all the bus drivers in the BIA funded schools and the public schools that serve the many, many thousands of Navajo students. They are part of the educational team. They serve as role models. For many, they've been up since 4 o'clock, and they've been on the road. And right now, they've already, those that are doing the in-person instruction, they've already driven the students to the schools. They are prime examples of good, upstanding Navajos. And in this case, are Hispanic relatives. And in that aspect, they all make up good role models. We know that many of our students cherish their interaction with their school bus drivers, and they're the ones that are the first ones to welcome them as they walk into the school buses. And certainly a characteristic that takes a special person to be able to do that. And again, in their long service, they delivered food, necessary PPEs, and food supplies. And that is why Time Magazine featured this group of distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I also want to recognize Miss Dominguez. She started up a store called Cuba Cares, and she accepted donations, clothing, shoes, tennis shoes, jackets, and food donations. And Cuba Cares, a student can go in there and pick out whatever clothing they need, and it's given them free of charge. Ms. Dominguez is a social worker with the Cuba Independent Schools, and certainly it deserves recognition. Cuba Cares for its students. And I know that every school district operates in that same character and personality. And we certainly appreciate all the folks that are in the educational school systems across the Navajo Nation, and even in the border towns and the urban cities that have high numbers of Navajo students in their system. Certainly, it's an honor to serve these young folks. And to the folks from Free Chapter area. I think about Winton. Down Kande for the which Nashigi Chintype Nato أدحت إنه إياه يا تيهو إياه نخالشن تأخذوا إدهور تو بناتشين نج ناسته أبيتو إن إيجي خزويا هو تميزي تولي تو يا تيهو إن دي ليلولي هذا شنو هتاو إيه آميل صوت تنامي تنيجي هتاو إيه ناسي كاتولي شيء سنج كن سلون دانش تخشين بس شين بس قسم دس شيء تو لهباني دسنله هتاو إيه ياتي باقي هو أيجي تو نهناتش نهيو تولز نيكليجي هتاو إيه أديلي أيجي باقي خنسن هتايلا Mr. Handley and Mr. Alray Nelson, Otto colleagues at the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for dialing into this time of recognition.
Shanat, Delegate Daniel So, for that beautiful recognition of our Cuba Independent School Transportation Department. Well, let's go ahead and move on down the agenda here. I do have Council Delegate Honorable Elmer Begay. Are you on the line, sir? Council Delegate Elmer Begay. Okay, so Delegate Begay does text or get back to us. We'll go ahead and recognize him later on in the agenda. But now let's go ahead and move on now to the Honorable Council Delegate Nathaniel Brown for his recognition. Yate Abine Shnatai.
Star six.
Delegate Brown, I believe that you are muted. You can unmute yourself. Yate Bine Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yate Bine. Craigie Shaho Agi, Cray and Lay, Besh Bahane, Besh, Adats and the Dishnan the Snow, the Craigie, a Benebi, Arnold Sohiat Engit Schneedole, Adokodo, Nehit the Ne, Baran, Bieto, Nahat Abaran, the Adea, Adasat Nahasitra, Ado, the Craigie, Dilt Ego Nahachin, Adi, the Nebezad. Yadal Kito, Ikeda di Tinto, not on ye Hadahatzi. Eya, Hutahob, Oltragi, Aden Dabit the Ska, Navajo language, fluency exam Holia, a quad dilt idia, Eya, Kuta, Dabit the Ska, or Kuta, the Yospa. Hashine la. Nakaalchine hut andas kan de ko ating dia ako di ko besh mans anit linige ya hehabidi ni dole dish adoshnant ada isenolts agi adon hidene anoltsko di ba hajonigi do shisizenigi ado di ko agi ye nihidene la ibandilgel aslahada nes natin nas saha kesigi Nlencast Guidon Pisani Hudankil Noye. Ha ishk at besh bahasa anno leni, ha ilan hit the nepando leh. At quepesos ayuch any day. At nas a taste in other oti na hajadian so case. She at hashadon need. Ha ila bando leh di quen hit the ne. 100 years, 500 years from now. Akon his zadige a lako alea. Bet so deeds in begel kito beg edin. Echo ekut di besh mas an as tralt enilt als ananel. The Nebezat subcommittee holya aji nature. Zad nihidena nihizadi ge banate nihe aja the Nebezat band that not kindo oltra le alchin no settle da oltra don le. Hotaho Olthato, Hotaho Betzilo, Oltrage, could argent that not kindo ben daslish. The coedo hehenkit schneedole. Ado di quege dilt egi ya le da os that's at the Cade Dylan Ellison quegi etra but ayospa Otto Cajun Cleveland Otto Kelly Morgan Jean Otto Hataflinez L Wheeler quit put on in Kachin Lini Johnny edat ela kodo de nek etche Yundahol do aji yadalt no le the education that could the alkahi a koho aja dodi Ozcat office do hebe de schneedo let Ado shama Miss Rose Graham hebe de schneedo let Ado anot ko ajan that not kinigi so kwegi that's a shank I see Mr. Wheeler was on here earlier. Quegi alt saw about the dish alton kitchen that the hot Saint Penia. So Mr. Wheeler, are you still online? Quegi.
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh.
Ja, het is kedos de neesje het Gatlines Wheeler Unishia. Yo it in enschle sit na Jenny Bashchin. Kiani dashe ado ye itchachi ni dashinale. Thank you for this. This is really a nice thing. UNM the Inishtra. So I'm in my dorm. Otto, this is really nice, and thank you for acknowledging us for this. Nathaniel Brown,
Oh yeah. Ado Sado Bahash net dege ya di quegi Beshmas Aniad Ladnas Lane Ado a large incumbent President Nez Yiji Kayila Bijit di Ashla the Mil Yaja Kune Lambich Ehedad Neto left. So we will be awarding $5,000 to each of these students. The Nebazad College Scholarship Fund so these checks will be going to your higher education. Ado Kwegi, I see Cajun Cleveland. If you could introduce yourself and get the hands in the Kwegi.
Yad Donald Kwan so Kaigi. She Cajun Cleveland Unishia. Kia Ani Ainsland Auto Twitchini Bushes Chin. Tina Jenny Shiche Anna Zifika Internet a Dash Chini National. Go Tobe we spending debt not shot Eastern Kansas Havia. Ada East Oza de Navajo Technical University da Inchtra. Associate's degree in veterinarian technology da Inchtra. Akut ego the Nebj Kenchla. Ada as of last night I was crowned the newly ambassador of Miss Navajo Technical University for 2021 to 2022. I'd like to thank you for acknowledging me and the other 4 students. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to come here, and thank you for letting me introduce myself. Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Ado Kelly Morgan Jean Edudea Cade Dylan Allison. Are you on the line with us? Okay, I see Kelly Jean.
Yat benen Donald so here musikai she Callie Jean initiate go headline initially Kiani Bushes Jean Hanangani dash touching dashinala Northern Arizona University the Inishka Auto Construction Management Inishka Ahian Trago Konsi Kai. I want to say thank you for this recognition this morning and giving me the opportunity to introduce myself to you guys. And yeah, Nsago.
Oh, yeah. John ada hota hobitsi lo tragi aden dakhe ebinina. Ado K that's a kunkashalo. I don't know if he is on the line with us. Oh, get it here. Ado we're gonna give you this time kwe hashin so shinkich haditse. Di besh mahasa ane da os do Navajo Nation Scholarship Office. So Lada A Daos. So you this is the first time that we're issuing this scholarship. Akoho, you all of you are making history. Ako bahajoni question yeah.
Ayat eid anol solche a Kate Allison Unishia. Hanagani the Shlom Bilagana Bashichin Twitchini Dashichedo Bilagana a Dashanala Kotan and Shle. Shema a Raylene Allison will ya, Shema Sunny do Shiche a Evelyn do Anthony Allison will ya, Shiche a New Mexico State Representative Nile, New Mexico House District for Banalga. Ani Nashayan dan Shema Sunny do Shiche the Nepizashiche Yatke, a Brina Kad Digent the Nepizad be Yashtke. Nihizad be Nihizil do Nihinan Tiendo Nihinad recognition by Henson. Kan di chilitro a dot dago Hawaii dinasha. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Also, actually, that ni linigi the halanans and nihinantien don nihizad a benina nihizad a nihikea don nihilin do nihinantien ad and the genre hinolta, but they no ha head on also. A hen hin an dan of linigi yego na hana in dal nish hajon na kaidole a head.
Delegate Brown, *6.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I was on mute. Mr. Allison, K.E.T. Chahanda Ajago, Nle Hawaii, then Nalan Jona. Akoho, one final note is Nle Kunan has Anigi, Kinant A large Sudani do account Sudani a Betlin Dashnish. Di denot ego Hagi Shin Kaho Agi a art so Akidi Ka. We want to have a little mini graduation ceremony. The no that trato adishindi checking it trado ne ado haida dashi jono sen khani de do ado ben sinana kesto be hota hobitsi lo trage ne jono da do lil queen zengo jo de neni clinic kut so that would be my final note to the four of you. Ado amado jedo masan che nalen nohlini noseni nohlinigi hehen kidi nidole on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Njoniye kachin le da os agishin bishilto kudain zendole nkachin de neye bizadi nahadol al hadada. She could anka dahanado ka. So this is just a start. The inda we will have a permanent Denebizad Scholarship Fund, and I hope that next year we have a lot more students. Thank you. Ado here gedishni dolet anat khotene bekeyako ado anle adat oden da kegi here an sodolet.
Yeah, Shanat, Delegate Brown, we appreciate your presentation today. We appreciate all the delegates' presentation. Just as a kind reminder that these presentations, along with the photos and the videos, will be posted on the Navajo Nation Council's website, the YouTube channel, along with the Facebook social media sites. With that, we're going to give one more call to Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay. Are you on the call? Okay, with that said, we appreciate this concludes our Navajo Nation Council Fall Session recognitions. We appreciate everyone's participation, all the attendees. We are going to move on with the presentation of the missing and murdered Dene relatives, Shadeja Amber Crotty, are you there? Madam Chair Crotty, are you there? *6 to unmute. If not, we do know that her representative is here. Ms. Jolene Holgate, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Ms. Holgate. Yeah, Yate, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me see if I can turn on my video here. Great. Yate, good morning, leadership and relatives. She'e Jolene Holgate Yinshia, Qazalana and Schlet the Lok at Dina Abashichin, Hashkan Hazohata Shache do Twitchini Dashanella, Shantwahadan Yisinasha. I am coming to you here in Window Rock and really excited to share some really great information with you today. I did send a presentation over. If you're able to bring that up, that would be great. Today, we're going to be talking a little bit about the work that we're doing with missing and murdered Diné relatives, and I'll do this as quickly as I can. The Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives Task Force is a collective of passionate and dynamic community members intent on calling for justice and centering the voices of MMDR families, relatives, and survivors. In 2016, the tragic loss of baby girl Ashlyn Mike spurred an outcry from families who were demanding their voices be heard and expressed the need for support to families. So we got to work. In March 2019, the MMDR task force was established through the leadership of Council Delegate Amber Bakrati, who brought together a group united in finding solutions to support Diné families. Our task force members are comprised of volunteers, community members, families, public health experts, college students, public safety, and college and university partners. This update report is just to illustrate some of our milestones in our continued work in motion. We invite you to join this journey with us as we engage in movement building and community solutions. We all have a part in creating safe and healthy Diné communities. One of the updates that we wanted to talk about today was the MMDR Institute. Our task force have continued planning the development of a data institute that would hold the stories and knowledge from community to help us understand the accurate scope of the issues and to develop solution-based pathways for healing and justice. This data institute would be unique in that it would collect and offer community-based knowledge that would foster healing through wraparound services, programming, and prevention. Some of the accomplishments to date through the Data Institute include a grant proposal that names the needs to set the foundation for the database. And this was done with our partners at Diné College, and we're still awaiting word if that's been funded. We are able to identify objectives in terms of how we would like this Data Institute to collect information utilizing the stories of families. We've also engaged in a new partnership with the Navajo Nation Peacemaking Program and the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. And we also operate utilizing the Navajo Wellness Model. We have identified the hardware needed to maintain the database, and we currently just finished the transcriptions of recorded testimony from the families of MMDR, which is going to inform our work. Some of the pieces that are still in process for the Data Institute include developing an overall strategic plan for the Institute. We also feel like it's important to create a plan of operation and what that's going to look like. We're also going to continue community relationship building. This means doing outreach to families, working with tribal leadership, and hopefully also bringing Navajo programs to the table to see how we can also support their work and bridge the gaps together. We also want to create a research design and identify different types of data collection that would best fit the needs of the Navajo Nation. In addition to data and numbers and things like that, we also feel like it's important to talk about historical and intergenerational traumas that affect our communities. As we understand, a lot of the social issues that are taking place within our communities stem from impacts of colonization, genocide, and historical contexts that are the root causes of violence. And we feel like it's important that we take a very well-rounded approach in how we're creating solutions for our communities while incorporating Diné culture and language.
Additional areas that needed attention for our Data Institute include identifying a data use plan and who's going to have access to this information. We feel like having MOUs for data sharing is really important. This information should be shared with Navajo entities as it belongs to us, and this creates ownership over this data information on the Navajo Nation. We also want to identify a coordinator that's going to carry out this work and who's going to articulate the MMDR Institute working staff and leadership. And we're also hoping to begin the development of looking for someone who can help analyze that data. And I know we're kind of going a little bit quick here. If we could go to the first slide, I just wanted to talk a little bit about who we are. It might be the second slide overall. Yes. So as we had come together in March 2019, a lot of our work was spurred because of the tragic loss of baby girl Ashlyn Mike. In 2016, in May, Delegate Crotty helped establish a task force under the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, and the Navikiat Committee were able to establish the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, and thankfully that was reauthorized in June 2019. And you may go to the next slide. When we created this volunteer collective, we met with different coalitions and programs and stakeholders, and we were able to solidify some of those partnerships. And in June 2019, we were able to hold our very first community forum. We had stakeholders at the table that allowed us to really look at the issues of what's going on, what are those data gap areas, but also identifying the gaps in resources that would support our MMDR families. Next slide. Just to kind of illustrate what that looks like on the Navajo Nation, between 2010 to 2016, Navajo DPS averaged over 200,000 emergency calls annually, and half of those calls involved violence. Right now, NDPS has about 200 police officers and 30 criminal investigators that cover approximately 18 million acres of Navajo land. So what this looks like is one officer patrols over 200 square miles. If we were to put this into perspective, compared to the US national average of 16 to 24 police officers off the Navajo Nation, they would serve about 1,000 citizens. But on the Navajo Nation, we have like less than one police officer serving 1,000 citizens. Next slide. Next slide. So murder within the Navajo Nation is 4 times the national average on a population per capita basis. So the data that we're looking at is very comparable to crimes in major US cities. And this data that we're looking at comes from call for services that we were able to obtain from Navajo Public Safety, as well as the uniform crime reports that the FBI enters into their data system. Next slide. We were also able to obtain data from community-based partners who have been engaged in this work for several years. On average, there's about 160 missing Navajo person cases documented since 1951. Roughly 30% of our missing are female and 70% are male. On the opposite end of that spectrum, perpetration of violence and homicide towards our female relatives is significantly higher. And this includes domestic violence, sexual violence, and gender-based violence. 41% of those cases occurred on the Navajo Nation, where 10% occurred off reservation. And we can go to the next slide. What we're also looking at too is the intersection of the missing and murdered crisis. And we understand that at least a third of those cases also involved some form of domestic or sexual violence. And from here, we can skip to some of the last slides if we could to the toolkit slide. And a copy of these slides will be sent to you all. So when we were able to organize as a collective, we did look into 5 different areas that would sustain our work. The first is focus on the Data Institute. The second is sustainability, looking at ways that we sustain our work. And our third priority is looking to establish ourselves as a nonprofit. Our fourth priority is community mobilization. And this is where our Missing Persons Community Toolkit lives. And this is really exciting because we felt like there was a need where relatives who were working with investigators or other entities that may not be able to provide the support that families need. Our task force created a toolkit that would help families mobilize as they search for their relatives. And we do this in a very safe and mindful way. We did get input from Navajo Nation Public Safety as well as emergency management, but we've also had folks who volunteered their time who have experience with search and rescue, and they were able to assist us in developing some of those parts. We've also created partnerships with other missing and murdered organizations who have continued to help us along the way. We're happy to announce that our soft release date for this Missing Persons Toolkit is October 29th, 2021. What is that going to look like when it's released? Well, this is going to be a document that's going to be continuing to change. It's going to be a document where we incorporate recommendations from families based on how it served their needs. So although the document right now that we're going to be releasing is going to be really helpful, it's always going to be a document that evolves as it shapes the needs of our relatives. Some of the future goals that we would like to have with this Missing Persons Toolkit is that, one, it can help law enforcement. It supports law enforcement in that families have ownership over collecting all of the information that is pertaining to the case. It also talks about how families can work with law enforcement, but also how we can engage in creating their own command posts if they're not able to, if their case does not qualify for a search and rescue by the Navajo Nation. Some other unique things within this toolkit focuses on the demographics of the person who's gone missing, keeping a communication log, as well as resource numbers, the explanation of jurisdiction so that families are not given the runaround. So yeah, we're really excited to launch that here in the next week. The initial discussion for that toolkit started in August 2019 when MMDR and Navajo Nation Missing Persons Updates, who is our sister organization, met with Navajo Department of Public Safety, and we were talking about the discussions for this Missing Persons Toolkit. As we know, there's always a lack of resources and processes that haven't been clearly defined in how we recover or support families and relatives. So we felt like utilizing this community toolkit was just another step that would support families mainly and center their voices, but also encourages families to work with law enforcement when it comes to criminal investigations, if they're able to locate a relative, or if a relative is found deceased, what those steps are and how they need to be careful with the scene and how to work with criminal investigators as well. And we want to thank Director Henderson for being very open and honest with a lot of the information that he was able to contribute with the toolkit. And we continue to encourage our Navajo Public Safety to continue to take part in this community development. We also sent you a report. If you have not received it, I'd be happy to send that to you by email. And this report is the most updated one that we have. So along with centering the voices of our families, we're going to continue to demand that our families' voices are heard. And we want to make sure that we're also calling for accountability. A lot of the times we're not afforded these types of platforms. So we're very happy today to share this information with you. Our task force is still intent on continuing to take dynamic approaches to the missing and murdered crisis on the Navajo Nation. In addition to the Data Institute, of course, we want to elevate our advocacy, our efforts for families, expand our partnerships, and to seek sustainable ways that will continue to move our work forward. We keep moving forward in the spirit of healing, and we welcome our leadership, our Navajo programs, our Navajo community members, our sister organizations, we welcome you to join us. We feel like this journey is a healing path that we've been looking for a very long time, and things are moving. It takes passion and love and time poured into this work, and we're really happy to share that with you today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shadeja, Ms. Jolene Holgate. Can we now go ahead and recognize and turn this over to the Honorable Council Delegate, Madam Chair, Amber Knezba-Crotty. Delegate Crotty, are you on the line? There you are, Yate. Good morning, Shadeja.
Oh, Yate Shiaj, I just want to thank Shadeja for providing an overview to our Navajo people. We want to make sure that we are accountable in the work that we're doing. Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives with Navajo Nation Missing Persons Update is an all volunteer group. And so we wanted to give this call out also to our community members who want to be part of the solution. We meet via Zoom. And so the contact is at our website, Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives. We also want to host more virtual presentations to help support the families. In hearing from the families, our goal this year is, as we launch and kick off the toolkit, because so many of our families do not know the next steps after they report their loved one missing. What do they do next? And so we want to carry and honor their stories and that challenges, and helping them on what could be the next steps to bring their relative home. With the toolkit and with the support of the speaker and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we're also looking to keep our federal partners accountable. So we're working on an integrated system. We just passed the Diné Protection or Diné Action Plan. And in that Diné Action Plan, the council approved the establishment of an advisory board. And one of the areas the advisory board is going to look at is how to provide victim services to our families of those who are missing and murdered, how to coordinate with law enforcement and our media communication so that we can let not only Navajo, but our mainstream community know that we have a missing relative and we need their help. We need all of our eyes and all of our ears involved in this, and most importantly, using our heart to help the families heal. The other areas that we're working with now is how can we support our criminal investigators who are entering this data. And so we've developed a plan for a data institute to start collecting all of the data that's happening here on Navajo Nation so that we can share our story and also look to healing. So we need to know how many cases are being reported every year. And are we doing and creating any type of prevention programs to help reduce crime? Are we creating any treatment centers to help not only victims and survivors, but the perpetrators who are often dealing with their own trauma? And yesterday we talked about bullying and what does that look like in the community when we have an increase of violence and those who are dealing with their trauma, then numbing their pain and using alcohol or using drugs to numb that pain. And so we also need to create safe opportunities for those individuals to heal and make our communities safe. And so with this in mind and this movement, we've been working with Department of Interior Secretary Deborah Howland. We've submitted an application to be on the Not Invisible Commission, and that's going to pull together all of our federal programs to work together to not only identify in terms of the data, but the solutions, and working with Navajo Nation and our families. Our families are leading the charge. They often are searching for their loved one out of their own pocket. So I want to thank everyone who has provided fundraising for those continued searches, or as families then have to go to court when if they're successful in finding the individual who has taken their loved one from them. And so this affects every part of our Navajo Nation. This affects from individuals who are unsheltered to the professionals to leadership here. And so it's also a call out to Navajo Nation leadership as We look at our own stories of childhood and of healing, how we can support our people. And in this time, we're looking at the investment for the Navajo Recovery Fund to also include victim services, increase public safety, and how we could provide wraparound services as we heal. There's so many families out there that are continuing to search. We know that sometimes they're not placed in these databases. So you could look at NAMUS, which is a database right now, and there's a listing of how many Navajos, their names, where they're missing from, the date they were last seen. And so we're working with those families to make sure if they want to learn more about how DNA can help them recover their loved ones, or also can be part of the solution if there's a cold case. And this goes into areas where it's very sensitive. And so we work with our hatathlis and our practitioners to help guide us in providing that support to the community members and how we give reverence to telling the stories of our loved ones who we have lost to violence. We've also, this effort is nationally has focused on women, but as relatives, we know and we identify that we've lost a lot of Navajo men. So these are brothers, uncles, grandpas who are out there. And so we also honor their story and their contribution to their families. And so we've really been having a coordinated effort to understand what is that Navajo male experience, what is the trauma and how they have been silenced and how do they deal with their pain. And so in Tuba City, we looked specifically at that, and we are continuing to work with Navajo Nation Behavioral Health to understand how we can support our sons, how can we support our uncles and our grandpas who maybe have been silenced, and we know perpetrators know that they will silence them. So how do we create a safe space for them? So this is an important topic for Navajo Nation. We need to sometimes peel back and have these difficult discussions so that we can have healing, so that we can have beauty before us as we all pray. And collectively, we can do that together. So I want to thank the Navajo Nation Council, the Missing and Murdered and Their Relatives, Jolene Holgate, and the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women. We've also worked with Restoring Ancestral Winds, and we'll need the help of the community members with the toolkit and the training. So we'll be hosting trainings from the National Foundation that provides Ashen Mike, Amber Alert training in Indian country. We want every chapter to be trained on what happens when there's a missing child, how you canvass, how you secure a scene, and most importantly, how we can prevent any one of our relatives in the future to be taken. Another area, it's now the influence of social media and who has access to our people. So when you post family pictures, you're opening up your family to the world. And there's people out there that use those photos for violence. We have a young girl who was missing. She left home, she was on her way to school, and she never came back home to this area. After several days of being missing and reported missing, her family found her out of state. Her perpetrator had found her online, convinced her to go with him, and he took her five states away. And the family found her in Kansas, and he brutally assaulted her, attacked her. She had just turned 18 years old, but her mind and her mental capacity was a fourth grader. So they're taking advantage of our children, how they're naive, or how they don't yet comprehend on what's happening. And these are registered sex offenders. These are individuals who have a history of sexual violence. And so when we're talking about these crimes, we're talking about heinous crimes committed against our children, our relatives. And that's why we not only need law enforcement to take a stand to prosecute or to make the report and to prosecute, and the courts to sentence, but the families need support. So when we talked with Tiffany Lee's family, who was abducted by her grandma, and she was abducted in helping a hitchhiker, and they were missing for 3 weeks. In speaking with the family, and they're still grieving, and this took place nearly 20 years ago, and they're still grieving for her, and they felt nobody came to check on them. No program from the Navajo Nation came to check that they were okay. And because there was some gang activity involved in that, they felt like the gangs came back and retaliated, harassed them, and how it affected her grandpa because he lost his wife, how it affected the family. And so these are stories that need to be continued to be told here on the council floor and with our communities, because you're not alone. We'll no longer be silenced, and we're here to help you. And so I appreciate, again, my colleagues with their strong prayers. When we go into that ceremonial setting, we are fighting for our children. We're fighting for our relatives to come back. We're fighting for that healing, and we can do that together. So Ahiahat, Speaker Damon, my colleagues, and everyone on the line, this is a generational trauma. It has been many generations, has impacted our families. And so, but with every positive step forward, we can turn the tide and just want to heal. And for all of those families, we feel your pain. And when we go up to the mountain, we place our offering and ask the holy ones to give you that healing, to give the leadership, the knowledge, the thought, the prayer, the heart, to move forward on your behalf. And we ask that those who have violence in their mind to remember who they are, and that the pain can stop with them, and that if they know something, say something, and let our families heal. So Ahiahat Shiaj for the opportunity, and all of my colleagues here. Ahiahat.
Thank you, Ahiahat Shadeja, Madam Chair, Amber Knesba Karate, for your leadership, as well as to Shadeja, Ms. Jolene Holgate, for the wonderful presentation. As everyone knows, as housekeeping, we will be starting at 10 o'clock a.m. on this same stream, so you can go ahead and mute yourself. And we will be starting with council session. We'll wait on our honorable speaker, Seth Damon. Please stand by, everyone. Have a good morning, and thank you for joining us for this year's fall session 2021 recognitions. I'll go on at. Yeah.
Morning, Delegate Freeland's on.
Good morning. This is Delegate Herman Daniels. I'm on the line.
Yeah, David, Vice Chair Smith calling in.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Can we get the cue the music? Thank you very much, everyone, for being online again this morning, as we are in our third day of our Navajo Nation Council fall session. And thank you very much to everyone that was recognized this morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a part of the discussion. And thank you everyone for making the nation a little bit better this morning on all the things that you've accomplished and everything that you've done to be recognized by. So again, thank you and congratulations to all the individuals that are recognized this morning. With that, colleagues, we can go ahead and the bell is rung here in Winter Rock this morning, and it means that we're back in session. We do have an agenda that was approved on Monday, and let's go ahead and get this thing going again today. We are in our 24th Navajo Nation Council fall session. Today's date is October 20th. The time now is 10:06 a.m. We are in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. This is via teleconference. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. For the record, I do have Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Slater, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Honorable Nat Brown, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Otto So in the chambers here with us. So far as we see, I see Honorable Anderson Benita here earlier too as well. So, but let's go ahead and get a roll call going, and then we can go ahead and continue on down from there. Again, good morning. I've been to everyone that's listening in. Thank you for being here with us on our third day of our fall session.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati is present. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning. I'm here, present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Henyo is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable
Delegate
Vince
James
James.
present.
Honorable Vince James is answered. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Ben present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Present. Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable-
Good morning, everyone. I'm here. I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm here. Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen's present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel
Halona's
So.
present.
Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 13 members present, including yourself. I'm sorry, 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dota. And again, good morning, colleagues and members of the Navajo Nation Council and everyone else listening in. Good morning to all the chapters, all the executive branch and judicial branch employees that are listening in too as well, and elsewhere outside the Four Sacred Mountains. Good morning, everybody listening in this morning. Thank you very much. Colleagues and everybody, just to recap, we did complete our agenda so far under new business. Legislation 0125-21, legislation 0128-21, 0190-21, item number D is legislation 0107-21, and then 0123-21 is actually tabled. And we went on to item number F, legislation 0126-21, and then legislation 0174-21. And then now, colleagues, we are on item number H this morning, legislation 0201-21. And that legislation is sponsored by Honorable Carl Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, and then also co-sponsored by Honorable Otto. So with that, let me go ahead and have Mr. Rico read that into the record, and then I'll go ahead and look for a motion in a second. And if there's any discussion, we can go ahead and move on there. But Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead and read that legislation into the record at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0201-21, in action related to health, education, and human services, resources and development, law and order, budget and finance, Navajo committees, and the Navajo Nation Council. Approving the transfer of the Navajo Transit System from the Navajo Division of General Services to the Navajo Division of Transportation, amending the Navajo Transit System Plan of Operation and Organizational Chart, and amending 2 NNC Section 1252B89. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There are 5 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommended due pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Law and Order Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommended due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Navajo Committee that recommended pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and look to the floor for a motion on legislation 0201-21. Motion by Honorable Otto So. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Wilson Stewart. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0201-21? One twice. One three times. Let's go to board on legislation 0201-21 on the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Speaker, can you give me a quick update on what we're voting on? Yeah.
Honorable Brown, we are voting on the main motion of legislation 0201-21. Continue voting.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Thank you, Shada.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Tam votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Favor, green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable, going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. No, it's Eugene.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, it's fair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tota. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0201-21, on the vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number I on our agenda, legislation 0211-21. Sponsor is by Honorable Keon Begay. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0211-21, an action relating to Resource Development Committee and Nabakieta Committee and the Navajo Nation Council requesting a United States congressional hearing to be conducted within the Navajo Nation regarding the United States approval of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, long-term effects of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, and the immediate and reclamation effects of the uranium mining within the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. There are committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment, and a committee report from the Napakieta Committee that recommend a pass with and no amendment. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0211-21, is there a motion?
Speaker, I have a question. Motion.
Speaker, I
Delegate
motion.
Mills.
I second Thomas Walker.
Now, let me get a motion in a second. Is your question referring, Honorable Elmer Begay, is it referring to the legislation?
Yes.
Let me get a motion in second first. Motions by Chairman Ricknez, second by Honorable Thomas Walker. That, Honorable Elmer Begay, I'll put you in the queue. With that, since there's a question on the legislation, Honorable Keon Begay, good morning. Jay, the floor is yours.
Speaker,
Yes.
Here, no, this could shada aki. Ados, skados, nan, Senegi, the dice not aki. Kodoshi, Shadej, Hanan, Nanslunki, on the Ada Shajabit, and Ida Shadow, this cheat, Nida Shanale. Coco, 5 chapters that I represent Low Mountain, Touchy Blue Gap, Talan Conduit, Nalvini, and many farms with I Kodoshan on this inson. D Kodo, Nalsos, Hatalia. Legislation 0211-21. It went before the Resource and Development Committee, the Nabakieta Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council. the simplest way, I guess, for me to, I'm sure everyone is supporting, but with a few questions, is asking the United States government to hold a congressional hearing on the Navajo Nation, specifically on the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation only uranium issue. I mean, that's the overall intent. I mean, corner to corner of the uranium issue on the Navajo Nation. Kada inish tetso. Pero slatin dopa slatnes natin dopa jo kone la a mine sites no ban ba yatke other processing center in different location other different areas. Maybe there are some smaller area they're not maybe be identified, but there's major area that are well known. So especially for my area, to my understanding, within the 5 chapters that I represent, there's close to 20 mine sites. The well-known area is the Claim 28. I'm hoping the Navajo Nation EPA director, if not Mr. Daryl Yazzie or any other AML staff, would be on the line to further provide and update information on this particular issue. Huge and hot ego ba konsen aron latte the nen liniki every chapter meeting that we attend or I attend, especially within my region. Akoko halate al ladot skinso. Get it not the door hit out of skinso. Has nata. And then other than nasa pandahuis pandahui Ado a ebe nasta e chief koko kodon hit and linikishit o yubetahotilt a koko rikadal yada aj sato yenakhe. Koko, there was a press release within a week ago that the Rika situation aj stop the nen liniki yego betahotilt a koko last night or yesterday, that dropped another legislation supporting the Senate bill of the modification of the RICA process. But what ended, gishin in yego yin nada got out, and I believe Kodo Delegate Crowdy sato in got out. A koko di quacher Hajo di anahot iki I guess that's the key thing for me. Akoko John Latin last year in Hispahos and we the council initiated a public hearing. I believe we started from Shipra, Ado, Crown Point, Ado the Kriegoshin Agency, go ahead, isn't a to COVID-19. Ajit, the idea with the council at the Ajit, the Nate touch and the Kako, Aden with Ego, Zone which ate after. A call Jo Abahosen, hit Ashi in the hot Eki Kote, John Denla, the Washington, Jo E Archico. Athlete so Niniki had the Haskate Coco to it Adro Chetas in Yen Cote. Oh, at the Hutahot out of Jo Italiago. And not all day, she that's Obic has out. A co elahit up at the was Nizen, Jo Archie not yolta. at the current administration, the Biden-Harris administration, in the atonahata. Ado koje hoye wanjiki AG every 2 years na yolta. Ado hote when the Senate should akunanat ako dik at ho honahot ajipa nada e nil. Ako hodat age shi aniban sa case gate ain't. Ako koje EPA Region 9 of Ya Aden Hikades in Johanno Bayat from San Francisco. Ado Kojet the Quigoshin base of base had that test settlement of Ya the base had that test base of Chede dot in Hodo need. Ado bin Nachikodo, Trustee 1 and Trustee 2 go horges. A couldn't la base on Dante. Couldn't la base of did ego arjibperson has go halet alat atin that asaki tahot di ned not base of base had that test di equach arjana de niche di ade did on hikedes in order hatne a con lated shinash ego go it atin that asaki tahot onal toast arjana. I don't know, I mean, I hate to say it, but also Dutch ad ot arch in Denipi, but yet the situation continues to exist. A coco I may kind of like talking negatively about the staff, which I'm not, but they are just following the process as well. A coco a kodo. Even legislation that the Quidishich is not kid. Ehut art ishet no the onal sos adenshich a be ni. The one area is that why can't we have more than one trustee to cover all the affected area? John Latin Region 9, hot ego go kodo 6 region hot ego go identify yidla. So why can't we have 6 trustee to cover and concentrate on these areas? At one trustee with the work of Trustee 1 and Trustee 2, they have to cover the overall 500 mine sites on the Navajo Nation. So just imagine if we were covering all 110 chapters. Just imagine how much work that we have to do. Now imagine one trustee covering 500 mine sites. So those are some areas I believe that the United States EPA and our Navajo Nation EPA needs to really step up and address this particular issue. And I know several times the Navajo Nation has made a presentation to the United States government. But I know Congressman O'Halloran had came to the Claim 28 mine site, but several years ago. And I did address this to Senator Kelly several times. From the state of Arizona, the last 2 meeting or field hearing that happened, the main one was in Albuquerque, Ajapana State. Then Senator Udall, but the title of that meeting was uranium in Indian country. I mean, you're talking about probably the whole western United States, where the Navajo Nation issue was just addressed a portion of it. And then the last one was Congressman Grahova from the southern part of the state of Arizona came to Window Rock, but that was more the hearing of RICA. But that wasn't really an official setting. now taking his battles and is to cover each, like I said, every corner. It's a matter for us to prepare. And I've heard one of my colleagues saying that there's certain area that needs to also be included. We're not going to exclude anyone, because I mean, we will prepare. I mean, we're talking about every area, what's been discussed, and how we're going to make a presentation should the congressional hearing is approved or be scheduled. And I like for that to happen on the Navajo Nation, solely for Navajo Nation uranium issue. That's what I like for us to send this message to Congress. But then he can't nanachi, he didn't have a cut off. Did on hit nagi hot it out this I think that what has Chota ni go hajot and then liniki satota da shit up ya hatots. Ye hatots. Hiki hot egg go eben yetik at hearing niki okay don't. So it's not going to be led by some imparting koto satoshi bahatits, but more will probably be with the uranium office, the commissioner. That's the other thing that we're really having problem with as well, because all of our current uranium commissioners' term have expired. And I know the director, Shadabet Shno, indicating that this document is presently over at the Office of the President and Vice President. A call the plan of operation and that's one thing that I wanted to get a support statement from them, but I guess the uranium commissioner aren't able to meet just because that their term had expired. But I wanted to assure the council that I have already made a statement formally to the uranium commissioner when they held a regular meeting in Kayenta. Did a benhat ado did ada hakonada bediti in Sokoto benho ahaki adan hisato be hanada the United States government and Linigi. The snow the baby in the house the uranium commissioner. There was no solid opposition or there was no solid support, but just a matter of a comment. I currently don't have a supporting resolution from them, but I'm sure some of you maybe have made contact with your representative to the commission. Ado sahon has AML jita. Ohodat ego kodona be hobi bekaya bakat has ago da inisht o huge base than that sato, but archini don't kodo base on liniki be da inish a comil son lingo go be that test aro saddle italia hat ni go a late all eto yegon hapa wint inda. Congress starts a sato yet not the zago good ashon that chin kodo the nen liniki sato compensation that dal yaki that the paper kind or adult cheda the nil con a con lesson has aguk a con yard ehon hin that hin that ash and ni which chedas nation lego yard but hoya. Ado that stand loshi that they la Ado conta chin the Tandal what the be long gosh that Joe that Egon Sedai case at the uranium no koto, especially if they're near the old mine sites. So this is the situation. Again, the simplest that I can conclude in my report or presentation to the council is that this will be nothing but Navajo Nation uranium issue congressional hearing requesting the oversight Congress to conduct a field hearing on the Navajo Nation and all Navajo Nation uranium issue and others, including RICA, abandoned mine, and any other area that I believe the Navajo Nation is capable. I believe that the Navajo Nation is capable to administer, while the Region 9 could just be there to provide technical support to the Navajo Nation. But the way I see now is that Region 9 is calling all the shots, saying and administering all these issues. According to Navajo Nation, EPA, and that's what we've been addressing at RDC. The RDC member has been meeting with certain group, our Navajo Nation EPA, and also some official visit by congressmen. On behalf of our Navajo people, let's help them. If this type of a situation was near any metropolitan in the United States, I'm sure it would have been resolved right there and then. But as of today, the Queen war does and to be officially that this will be a true government-to-government setting of one nation to another nation as form of a government. Officially that this particular setting had been established and been talked about will be part of the record at DC level. So again, like I said, I'm hoping that the EPA director, the EPA staff, and other abandoned mine staff of the Navajo Nation will be online to provide any statement that I won't be able to answer. But with that, Speaker, if I could be able, I don't know if I'm using up much of the time, but I don't know if Mr. Daryl Yazzie or Ms. Valinda Shirley is online to provide additional statement on this particular uranium issue on the Navajo Nation. So, Speaker, if not, let me go ahead and I'll conclude after their statement to conclude our presentation. Speaker,
Ani Belinda Shirley here is on the line, just FYI.
Honorable Keon Begay, thank you very much for the presentation on legislation 0211-21. That, colleagues, we do have a motion and we do have a second. That, let me go ahead and go to the floor. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Good morning. No, yat even. To share with Speaker, I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council. I don't to key Ellen the gate. Yat even. Because I'm not so beginning to get up urgent legislation in Lagi Hado. I don't they yard behind so my question. I think most of the questions that I have, you kind of went over regarding the support of from the Navajo Nation. How much support do you have? How much support do you have on this legislation, or how much do you have regarding your amendment to NISA? So I was asking, that what kind of support do you have? Reason why is I was trying to wait for your agents to come to speak on behalf of this legislation. Even not just because I have some business people that are surveyors, and then also they have biological survey. So back in several years ago, there was a company. There was $2 billion that was given to the nation for clean up this uranium. At that time, the company by the name of Texture Tech, $1 billion company that was awarded to do the cleanup. At that time, some of these contracts that were given to some of our local surveyors, like clearance stuff, and they get that biological surveys from here, from my area, the people that are like the Zoology Unlimited. They were given that, where they shown some location. They gave out all that where these geological areas, where these are affected area. It picked on hit those late within the contract here, but Jesus seems like they never did that. They never got any notice. So, but the other Texture Tech and Yagi, they brought their own people. They're asking people around here that where's this location there? It's hard to get another. So I think that's the one reason why that I think that with this legislation that you have, I think we need to like I said, that we how the thing done that how we bring them out, which does that on behalf of the people. We have our own people that can do the work and owned up at not the snake. This is one thing that happened at that time. With that, is there? I wanted to know that the results from it. See if everything was cleaned up. How much was the cleanup with this money? And then also, is there any balance from this funding that was given to on behalf of the Navajo Nation? Is she able to balance and don't that? That's my question though. This I don't that is the speaker reserve my time.
That reserve your time at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Colleagues, any other further comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time on the main motion for legislation 0211-21.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. Thank you. Also, Shay, for this legislation. Uranium is a big concern on the Navajo Nation, will always be a big concern. I appreciate this legislation, Shananda. I'd like to possibly put an amendment in here because of the Church Rock incident. We're down Rio Puerto, which has affected all the way west of New Mexico, including Manilito and including Lupton, Halk, and Sanders. I'd like to include that in the language if I can. I sent a message to Mariana Khan about the amendment that I'm thinking about, Shananda. So I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Any other further comments, questions, colleagues, before I go back to the sponsor?
Okay, Speaker.
Yes.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. I did hear somebody else too as well, I think.
Hey, Speaker.
Is that you, Honorable Eugene, son?
Oh, 22.
Okay. That, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Okay, yate to the demon Aaron that 24 Navajo Nation comes tonight. Aaron the Shinna is not fine and legislative office, the executive branch. This legislation is so we should quickly to approve this legislation 0211-21. This legislation is very important. It's a long overdue. You know, the United States haven't taken care. We need to bring this to a United States congressional hearing to be heard before them. The law that we see, the law that is kind of 60 years old to hide this. Let's do this, approve it. All of the legislation. Because I'm ready to vote, take care of this. And this is important. Look at touchy, open mind, Iranian, aircraft, John Decre, COVID-19, everything else, and tech on the whole world, the whole thing, economic development, that's when this. So, they are hot enough, not this. Shady could all pass it over, bench each other, and so I'm going to bench each other. Let's not waste time, talk about it. Let's take care of this business once and for all. Thank you very much, Ronald Scotch. And then I learned and didn't I did a lot of anxiety on it. Okay, I just I yield my time and I'm telling you about it, not only speaker here.
Thank you very much for that, for those comments, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, and then move on down to Honorable Eugene So, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So.
Let's check.
Oh.
The question that in regards to legislation 0211-21, being sponsored by KL. Congressional hearing to take place in Navajo. And Navajo citizens are effectively to be heard and sent by leaders in Washington, D.C. As Navajos, but put them in office. Some of them only come around during the election to lobby us for votes. It needs to change. Congressional leaders need to give reports to council at least once a year or maybe every day, and not just during the election. These federal down winners budget only give our cancer victims $50,000. This is only for those born between 1945 and 1962. Only certain types of cancer are eligible for the downwind land. Because it has only this fund, low your cat has any funny, which is the reality. We saw it because that this species be expanded to include more forms of cancer. The $50,000 compensation is not enough. It needs to be increased, maybe to $300,000 or even $500,000. We all know that one medical helicopter flight costs about $60,000. That's what it cost me when they took me to Phoenix. And it's not enough to compensate our Navajo people. Recall RECA, Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, will be expiring in July 2022. We need to demand that it needs to be extended for another 20 years or less or more. Our congressional leaders need to explain why they support continued uranium mining on Navajo land. We have over 1,000 abandoned mines, and the United States has not cleaned up even a third of the mines. We need to issue monitoring on these on uranium mining. That's one of the reasons why I've been asking to sit down with our United States President Biden, which has not occurred yet. The Navajo Nation Council needs to hear a report from Direct Washington Moore, which, since she represents the Navajo Nation on the uranium abandoned mine issues. When I first became delegate, I attended to work session on grown hemp and now how the plant can be used for bioremediation. For uranium contamination cleanup, I think we really need to bring the hemp issue back to the table. Can I get a report from that university that was doing a study on hemp at the Nafi farms? Because هذه أوجي هزنيكي ثم أخذ هذه تو تسبب حزن الجاسة فتوي مع ثاني Congress. Even أنا مش تشني. I want to sit down with the man. Seems like the White House is like very security. His job is not. But he's not this. Not in order. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, this shit. I'm 69 years old. I've seen the Navajo Nation as is, and since I started life, it's still the same. When is it going to change? That's what I want to discuss with President Biden. When are you going to ever get me in there? We have issues. We have concerns that became issues. So there's those issues. We have to find the laws where it's conflict in our Navajo Nation where we can put some funds on the ground. But they I don't miss keeping the whole time we thought this is for they don't own Yahi chief not so to check. I don't know how much time I get it. Some is that's thank you.
You have 3 seconds left. 6 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable Kealan-Begay.
Speaker, Nadine Deep Base Banks on Kodo, the Nasi Taniki. Sai kun naida kidiki brother Delegate Elmer Begay support from the Navajo Nation, the Ninigi. I believe there is a great need of support by our Navajo people. I mean, just raising a concern at the chapter level illustrates the need that this particular issue needs more attention. I'm not sure if there will need to be chapter resolution attached to this. I don't know if the uranium commissioner needed to provide a resolution. It's East Behotil Eko Kopen resolution but it's going to take about a month. That I need to go back and ask for resolutions or support document. But I believe it's common sense that we really need to move forward on this particular issue. I mean, maybe, again, as I indicated, that I already made a presentation to the uranium commissioners. And I did made a recommendation, I did ask a request to the Office of Legislative Counsel, does this need any supporting resolution or a supporting document? The response wasn't necessary. But if that is a request by the council, I mean, I can go back and ask for supporting resolutions. If any of the commissioners are online or any of the chapter officials are online, maybe this is one thing to put on the November's agenda and ask for a support of this particular issue, uranium on the Navajo Nation. I mean, together, it's not just a uranium issue. Downwinder, RECA, EPA administration, and the list goes on. And even with this particular, maybe Mr. Raymond Smith, maybe also add a legislation to say that that this field hearing is not just going to be conducted one day. I mean, there's got to be probably several site visits that needs to be done. This is not just going to be for the, especially, I don't believe that this shouldn't be even be held in Window Rock. It should be at any outside of the affected area. The hearing again, maybe have some site visits to be done. The company balance the Ninigi, brother Mr. Elmer Begay. I'll probably have the EPA director, Shirley, to respond that after I conclude my response to the questions by the four delegates. Mr. Raymond Smith, Mehmet the Ninigi Juiji and the legislation is in your hand on the council. If you want to add additional language regarding the Church Rock incident, the Ninigi, Mr. Yeller here, brother, he just made a statement to that we just need to support this particular legislation. Mr. Eugene So, Bahinzi, the downwinder in other area. Latin hako to things of the Nisto, Hoko Hajo, Hit on Hitch, Oto, Shit, or a Sinahoton, that Abbot said that Dinars Hospital, be it ni Danko, be Kidney, Dada, Gokocho, Ardent, Hit all the Equator, the Quick Kata in Nishiki, other Dick at Inish brother, Chin, Anit, Halit, Allah. Based on Dajil Chitiki, Lahit Ajer, Dajil Shokoto, Nabe Hobeke Pakadi, based on Lindiki, Cheda, Eto Hajo, Koton, Etanat, Ahaki, Ahodat, Ego, the Dashin Hajo, better how to use zinc added, Ilte, Dago, Kota, Stop, but in the Shin Aji, Koto, balance, Lindiki, Koto, Speaker, I would like to request, ask that. The EPA Navajo Nation EPA director to respond to that question. So with that, I believe that would conclude some of the response back to the four delegates that have posed question. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay, for that response. Colleagues, let me go ahead and check. Do we have the EPA director?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Oh, yat ebenelto. Yat ehanol skonšnat ani da notlini beshbanta sa ana da notlini yat ebene anolto ado ajush shik eda notlini da isnots agi do da dan hinatligi to yat ebene Sheva Linda Shirley and Shia ado Navajo EPA Directorate without shijit do without kanishwa ako koigi na ade kidigi a hashin tago Sadigi Nihiche Honashtetoles to Shanat Ani, Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay. Your question regarding the Tronic settlement is this would be my response, sir. So there was $45 million that was awarded to the Navajo Nation, right? And then that monies went into the Navajo Nation EPA hazardous substance account. Ado di kujer $1 billion to know behind Zigi. That $1 billion was awarded to US EPA from from that Kerr-McGee Tronics mine settlement. The balance as of today, as of a financial report that I'm looking at, the financial report as of 2019, the balance is $990,861,006. So that would be my response. Thank you.
Very much with that, with those comments. So let me go ahead and go back to board. Colleagues, I do have somebody speaking.
Speaker?
Yes.
This is Edmund. Can you put me in the queue box? Sheet
Chairman,
pen speaker, can you
go
put
on the queue.
Freeland in the queue box?
I was just now going to you.
Freeland too. I'm dead.
Put me in the sheet pen along with my cheese.
So this is who I have now. Then. I have Chairman Yazzie, Honorable Freeland, and Chairman Daniel So in the queue. Chairman Yazzie, what was yours?
Okay, Speaker, thank you, members of the council and everyone that's listening on phone lines and individuals who are there at the council chambers, our staff. Mr. Begay, Don, appreciate you sponsoring this legislation. I know it's very important, my colleagues, and I had to agree with Vice Chair Smith that Church Rock and then also Crown Point would be the prime area to also have this possible hearing. I know there's a community Red Pond group up in Church Rock that's been very vocal on the uranium issue. And so, Mr. Smith, if you are going to do that amendment, then would ask that you of course, include Crown Point and Church Rock as well. But my colleagues, wouldn't it just be nice? I mean, I do appreciate the hearing, but wouldn't it be nice if just the DC area with the uranium could just fund and do the cleanup? I know the cleanup is starting in Church Rock, but the thing there is that they're just moving the waste maybe 2 football fields away from the contaminated area, which is still in the area. And we need that to be moved out, take it away, and put it elsewhere where it won't do any more harm. As for us, the harm is already done. And so, I know maybe that hearing we can ask that question. I know there's a budget that was mentioned earlier, but let's start using that to compensate the individuals who have gotten health issues because of this. Individuals, I know I have one family that can't move on their home site because there's been uranium that is on that land, and she's still waiting from our department to get her resolvement out of the way. And so when it comes to uranium, this is going to be with us from generations to generations. And when I say that, I am so thankful for my Nully, who was born a year ago when all this pandemic, I know it's still there, was high. And he's right beside me right now. And can you imagine that when he grows up, this is what he's going to be enlightened about the uranium issues. He's going to know what effects, that has been resolved from this uranium spill, the uranium mining. And so my point there is that he, is going to go on, from one generation, like I said, to the other. So it is important. And I support this legislation. And that's why I really appreciate Mr. Kealan Begay on starting the fire on this. And so And even my colleague, Mr. So, said, to have our President Biden come out. Then wouldn't that be nice? Maybe as a directive too, as an invite to have President Biden to come out and take a look, see, and to see what kind of damage that this has done, with the uranium. So, Mr. Begay, sponsor, sir, it looks like it's not going to be a one-day hearing if Smith's amendment passes, and I am going to be in favor of that. It looks like it's going to be probably 3 days, 2 days, for this to all be soaked in. But I just wanted to share that, and so, Mr. Smith, I would encourage you to, go with your amendment, but not only, Church Rock, but to add, Crown Point in as well. And I know there's other areas too, my colleagues. There's other areas as well. So that's why when I was looking at the legislation, it said it covers the whole entire Navajo Nation. There's a proclamation that's going to be coming before the council. And the title on that is Supporting Eastern Navajo Diné Against Uranium Mining's Petition Alleging Human Rights Violations Against the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And so when that's being drafted up, I hope, anyhow, Speaker, thank you, sir. I don't want to reserve my time.
Thank you. You don't have any more time, Chairman. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Staff and everyone on this call this morning. Thank you. Honorable Kialan, thank you for this legislation. Very important legislation, and we are appreciative, especially out in Eastern Navajo Agency. We really need help out there, brother. So we're hopeful, and with your help and with this legislation's help, but also Ms. Shirley and her team and all the stakeholders who are part of this really look closely at our area as well, in particular, because that is a uranium hotbed out there. So it's really appreciative of this legislation. First and foremost, I wanted to give a shout out to our NDOM crew out in Crown Point. My older sister, Rita Capitan, and then my auntie, Christine Smith, and Honorable Jonathan Perry. NDOM is a group that stands for Eastern Diné Against Uranium Mining, and they're very active in opposing any potential uranium development in Eastern Navajo. They did have a resolution passed at Crown Point chapter recently, and where I did drop a legislation to the United Nuclear Commission in regards to that for human rights violations. So I did drop that legislation in support of NDOM and their efforts in Eastern Navajo Agency. So I just wanted to provide that information as well. I'm hopeful that we can look at more cleanup and more remediation efforts. And the thing I'm really afraid of is the potential of uranium development on a lot of lands. And we need to get the BIA involved and have their discussion as to how they stand and where they stand on this, because that would not be good if that were to happen in our area especially. So we really need to consider those situations and those types of advocacy as well. And I did have a question, but I'm pretty sure the answer to this is yes. Is the checkerboard areas in Eastern Navajo considered a part of this legislation as well? Is it included in part of the Navajo Nation? So that's my question. I don't know if that's could be answered by maybe EPA or DOJ or Legislative Council or my brother. But we want to make sure that Eastern Navajo is in this legislation as well. But Speaker, my colleagues, shout out to NDOM and their staff and the attorneys working with them, and all of our people who are fighting uranium development. We want to give them our appreciation and gratitude and say thank you for all their efforts. So I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So.
Yep, Satilla.
Good morning.
24 Nation Council, Che. The Allen, the gay. Pero, sabi, tanahadit ay ninso zigi. So if I hear Winton, Ado Sato behind the uranium mine. They can cut the big that they need. Oh, Aliago, she don't need the so quaggy Sato. Way back in the early 70s, our Navajo Nation area was designated energy sacrifice zone. And that's where all of the fossil fuel extractions, uranium mining, and to this day, the oil and gas fracking operations continue. And let's be frank, let's be honest. What you described is in the bigger picture called environmental racism. We still face it. From the 40s, the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, and into 2021. And in that aspect, we have to basically take a position. I know that under the early administration, there was that moratorium on uranium mining. And let's enforce it. Let's keep it going. And to cover all other aspects of extraction. Certainly, there's different ways of generating revenue. And again, to Chiche, are we going to stand together, or are we going to allow coal mining, oil and gas development to be filling in the gaps where we stand together? Or do we really mean it? You see, the ne. Ya quacky. Obey. A con gosh a deep ne. So quaggy ya sato. Be hastito lake. Obey Zundo the Kiki, Bendiaca ne. Needy, no she o adon need. So H.A. a deep need at all lake. And quaggy sato ya. The congressional hearing indicated a quaggy a sato koto Nick a don't hit in there. So a hansi up back into the call a research that for a desato also seeking data on this. Today we have the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board doing their fall conference research. What's the data? The data drives decisions. So these examples of the research that is occurring, that is happening. It's over in your area, Blue Gap, in the Church Rock area, Auto Shemaya in the Cove area, and even the work of the Mark Freeland referred to in the efforts of the folks around. Thank you, delegates. If you will allow, one of you will allow to donate me some time, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Daniels. So we'll move on now. Honorable Herman Daniels, then Honorable Paul Begay.
Good morning, it's almost noon. And Mr. Speaker, I think that 24th Council, I think that my good Che from Halando. Sabe dan hadit ay kodo jitanin fozi AIC kodo I can senako on behalf of my constituents in Monument Valley, Cane Valley area, I don't know J2 area. Ko jebe ba yashti kodo ye go ben hot aja ko so nash go the when you go through Monument Valley. The little horizon that's involved Monument Valley, the eighth wonder of the world. You was a gun, a sahnat later. So now Zahaki, a sahnat later, a reason could end without in John. But on the other side, I see Ben hot uranium. Because there's two areas on the Navajo Nations, and then Chicago. There go Cane Valley, Monument Valley area. Chicago, they were in operation back in the 50s, uranium mining out of a cove area. Those those were the two big mines. Operation uranium mining. I don't know if there's others into New Mexico, Arizona. So that Ecuador, because the Gaho, be who Yaho Ako, the Yale, the East Case, or Ecuador, not on in Australia, the Quatlan Seed, Zini, Ecuador. But again, there, but now than here on the Hashish, later be done that, yeah. Later has Nagoyada, Hadati, Neha Adda. Not knowing how it's gonna affect us in the future. It died about when so what I should so I see the Hasaya the NATO Nana boards the Hadahi Jahad Nagada Ebek Karel at those nature no that actually getting that she's these seed became Kante Kredo when you in Monument Valley area. Every day now on it I got you turn down the car. You see the Nesque. You doesn't dash kid. What I ain't and get the Diego. Or that echo. So will you go eat babies now done in the greater than high deal. The door you go. Ben hitch in the hot eggy. Although you go with babies now done on the Navajo Nation, the Diego Ben hot egg. Because ADIC for the dinner toast could order, but okay, the could I see by here and so not for the deal, Nation Nana could I see for the and the house gave babies in the house now the best on the get there. I think that based on not hit it, but yeah, on his about sitting based on that deco. Because the Yego in the game with the Navajo Nation ETA. The Yego Yeho, either Ye, nay, Ya, Sto Hasin, Fogo. Mr. Daryl Yazzie. Kohan for that again, he's not a dog man for the Oyaban, that's clear. The Dajin for bananas, Yossen. I thought, so, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Yad, and he's not on John Doyle, even National Hodo, a Kodona Radam, this legislation. I want to hear from Mr. Yazzie. So, Mr. Speaker, out of reserve time this year. Thank you.
That, Honorable Daniels, 29 seconds in your reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Papagay, where's yours? On the motion.
Honorable Speaker, Seth Damon. I don't know the Ishmael nature hagi though isn't plagi. I should say the consulate done data and so as a digi by hints and over to the year or even nature and how they so what you hagi needed meda see ye kanda krido. I seem to question the hot ego the house on. I hit your card or a bit of hot ego. Benige had a whiskey the dark that. How do I show her stayed aliada? A call had narrator Ash, Honorable Delegate Raymond So, Ash, Edmund Yazzie, and then get all over the Navajo Nation. You can't that in the car, Ash, no way. That is the Nana Ahasan, Ado the Bay. I don't know about the king that in the Cotego, oh, you have to whiskey or that. That in the Hispanate English at Isole, what I ban such case. It is about distance. Although, catch all the kids, yeah, should say about the dish of Honorable Delegate Daniel. So, here.
Thank you. That Honorable Chairman Daniel So, allocation of 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, at last, I will take that allocation. Adosache, Honorable Paul Begay, thank you for providing me the time. Adosache, Ki Alan Begay, Bagi again, just like you say, forgive me for saying those words. It is meant to make a point that our people, they gave their utmost uranium miners because they basically wanted to prove that they wanted to add to what the United States called them the duty for, even though they weren't in the military. They produced and mined huge amounts of uranium ore. And from there, not knowing what it was going to be used for, their sacrifices, their donations to the nuclear energy, there has to be payback. We find that the studies of the Red Pond Group, the Citizen Science Committee, with help from UNM, Earth Cohort Study, and it definitely shows that is multi-generational. And there has to be, it'll increase the healthcare costs going forward for innocent young folks born with those in their chromosome DNA strands. And certainly it's a point where what did our grandfathers, what did our nullies, what did our chays, what did our Masonis say on our behalf? We have to make this stand. And I appreciate you pushing for this aspect. We have a situation, the committee, HES committee is dealing with perhaps exposure at the Cove Day School, and then it'll affect new construction. And certainly those young folks that attended those schools years down the road, they'll be facing health complications. And how do we help them get the necessary compensation? And it's multifaceted. East, south, north, in the West, we all have these concerns. Our people have been exposed. The radiation does not know barriers. And so those aspects we have to put up our best argument, our best display of the need for how to go forward. And again, part of the aspects of the research that is being presented has to be incorporated to the hearings that we are requesting. And again, it's, at a hearing, you only have 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairman Daniel, so time.
What if we took them on a tour? Thank you.
That, colleagues. Everybody else with in queue. But I do have individuals with reserved time, so let me go back. Honorable Alma Begay, 1 minute, 37 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay, 1 minute, 37 seconds.
Good morning, Speaker again. I think my question still not answered, but like I said, you know that we still need. I think your agent Lenny, I would say that how much percent was cleaned up with that $45 million, and also what's the plan on it? If there's any cleanup that still needs, what's the plan on it? When are they going to get to it? And also any enforcement that was who has the enforcement and the monitor these federal money that was used to clean up, and then did anybody go back out there to monitor how much was cleaned up and if it's still needed, and to give the report, fully report it back to the federal. So I think we need to have somebody designated like that. If it has been, we would know that jobs are being done on the behalf of the people that do not need to everything's clean up. So about that then. But they don't know that so they go I think we need to do that.
Well, we're time.
Thank you.
That, moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes, 12 seconds.
Okay, Speaker, Arut Shinandada no Senegi, Natin Team Pishmas and Arut Sanosagi. Arut Shake legislation. Yadain Sozagi, one is 0211-21. I see. Johnny Ash, John Dida, Banan Shape of the Todd After and later. Kida hat Enigi, Hodan, or Shayaha, the say so. I see. Beanie Dado, no Yash Hoda. I'd like to make an amendment, Shinandada no Senegi, motionlessly. It was sent out at 10:49 this morning. And amendment is there, so could that be right into the record? Shinandada no Senegi. Reserve the rest of my time.
That reserve your time at 3 minutes, 29 seconds. Let me go to Mr. Rico. Do we have that amendment? Mr. Rico, if you could go ahead and read the amendment into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Council. Amendment number 1, page 5 of 5, line 3, insert additional language into paragraph in as follows. After the words Church Rock chapter, the insert new language, underscore communities of Manuelito, Lupton, Houck, and Sanders affected by the Church Rock mining that resulted in the contaminated waste dumped into the Rio Puerco, comma, end of new language. The paragraph will now read, it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation, Navajo people, Church Rock chapter, the communities of Manuelito, Lupton, Houck, and Sanders affected by the Church Rock mining that resulted in the contaminated waste dumped into the Rio Puerco, Crown Point chapter and surrounding communities and chapters that the Navajo Nation requests a United States congressional hearing to be conducted within the Navajo Nation regarding the United States approval of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, long-term effects of uranium mining within the Navajo Nation, and the immediate and reclamation effects of the uranium mining within the Navajo Nation. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Second.
I was on mute. There's an amendment number 1, motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Second, Edmund.
By Chairman Edwin Yazzie. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen votes green.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So, can you repeat your vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much for that. On Amendment 1, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. Now let's go back to the board. We are back on reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, you have 6 seconds.
Take all care. Thank you all 24th Navajo Nation Council and those that are listening. Allah and Allah Shalom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
For the record, Vince James, since we not got a new motion, Vince James votes green. Last vote, so that changes the vote from 21 to 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. That, thank you, Honorable Eugene So. That, moving on down.
Speaker.
Yes.
Thomas Walker, put me in the queue.
Nay, voice of Walker, I'll put you in the queue. That, moving on down on reserve time. Honorable Herman Daniels, 29 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Hold on. Honorable Daniels, I know you wanted a response. So let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Speaker, Fernando Descodo, Aro Nadine Dean, Response Unidliniki. The second set of questions, Shananta, Kodo, and then but he went back to the reserve time. Okoko Kodo, brother United Delegate Elmer Begay, the plan and the enforcement, the percentage of funding that has been utilized, and who is in charge of the cleanup. Miss Shirley, that's a bit of brother Mr. Edmund Yazi, additional days, Ninigi, that is the intent as well. Maybe a full week for the congressional to be, the hearing could be done as part of the request. Brother Delegate Freeland, Eastern Navajo, more remediation and cleanup to know behind the allotted land area, the checkerboard area, the Dindigito 8 if you look at that, I mean, if you read the heading of the legislation, it doesn't, the overall legislation within the Navajo Nation, I would say that, I mean, wherever a land is considered Navajo Nation is the part where we will be able to say that that's part that needs to be discussed north, east, southwest, central, everywhere on the Navajo Nation, and that will be our message to Congress for us to address during the hearing. Delegate Daniel So from the Eastern, the Quigoshin, Bayen, Koko, An, Sato, Ben Sahakesto, Ben Sin, Kesikit, Nikit, Late Adonidiki, Besids, at the hot Edon hit Nan Liniki, be Babai, Yel, the Niniki, the Ashin knew that age Kodo, and Sida Kesto, hit Ala Ecuador. Satellite quite basic, satellite it up enough in city for Yale Kiki Ishi, quite after so this is one of the areas.
Shay, you might be making a great response, but you went on mute.
Oh, we're trying to figure out who's unmuting and who's not muted at this time. That, colleagues, go ahead and continue on down. We do have Vice Chair Walker in the queue, but before I go to Vice Chair Walker, let me go back to Honorable Herman Daniels. Hello?
Speaker Kealan.
Yes.
Yes, somebody muted me, Chairman. Could I mute it? I'm not sure who done that, but I just sent a text indicating that somebody muted me. I don't know if you want to go ahead and
someone muted me too, Che.
Oh, okay.
By the Russians.
So do I continue?
Yeah, go ahead, Che. Go ahead, continue.
All right. I apologize, but again, the interruption, but nonetheless, Kodoshi Kodobahinziki, Delegate Daniel So, environmental racism, the Ninigit Ashini, Hit Adro Ashin Sato, Chitahitot, Asato, Pahatati, Zato, Pahatot, Akoko, maybe should we get an official response from the congressional office that maybe as a NABI that we will plan out how we could be able to address this particular the former request. And I like for all of us, I mean, there's 6 regions, each area, I mean, how we represent each of the agency. I mean, that's how we could be able to formulate the schedule. Hot egg ko e joit or ni a coco daisy quato shito shishika hot adult ni shinjo e de ka ani tope he credo working with our local chapter, local with any other organization and so on. Ishin kodo nan schlag or kodo be hit ashi schedule liki had do liki shin e be ken di ka hot hat ado iipi hadat diod zetohit hat diod zetohit ecuador beniel editi nilkishin asian kodo asatot anit nadin deep response anit lengi with working with the president and even the judicial branch apot ego shin kodo hajo kidney nelayat etolil. So I'll give that opportunity will be available once again. Like I said, right now it's just more of requesting for an official hearing request to Congress, and then we'll formulate the schedule. Ado kodo sachinana from the western part of the Navajo Nation, kodo's delegate Herman Daniel. I did inform the staff that there is a request for Mr. Daryl Yazzie to make a statement or response on some of the areas that may have more in-depth information about the progress and information about uranium on the Navajo Nation, the Nigo Behinzi, and again, Kodo Western. I mean, we're not going to leave anyone out. Everyone will be, this is inclusive of every area of the Navajo Nation. Paul Begay, Kodo Delegate Paul Begay, Western Agency, the Ninigit Ahut Ashache. I mean, again, I don't know how much I can stress enough to say that no one will be left out. I mean, everyone will be included. Again, maybe a request to the EPA, even ask for them to get on the NABI committee and provide a report. I mean, that would have us have a better understanding of how we can initiate coordinating this particular hearing. So, Speaker, brother, United the Navajo Nation EPA Director and Mr. Daryl Yazzie, Kodoshi respond in because I'm trying to don't want to leave without any of the questions unanswered. But Kodoshi administration. These are some of the administration questions. Ecuador, the Navajo Nation EPA Speaker, if that's possible. That will conclude my response to the remaining group of delegates that had posed questions. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keelan. That we go back then to Honorable Daniels with 29 seconds. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, ada internana kodo, ada kodo ne da kodo, and now the by years tito nana kodo ba isha with the federal government kodo, so idea kodo do dash to need all less. So do not so be change kodo snanta and senegi kodo da. So kodo comes from a hospital less. I yield the rest of my time kodo, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That. We do have Honorable Vice Chair Walker in queue. Vice Chair Walker, what was yours at this time?
Yes, Speaker, thank you. To members at the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Shinanta, Esani Glido, Kon, Hata, and Adi Neto, Bazani, the whole Eben Day Mission, the Quijin, a quick echo, Takich, echo, against the Quashao, Agi. Although the listening audience, our Navajo people, our relatives, the sponsor of this legislation, the Telecommunications, the agent that's what not like a Nazi heat, that's an agent. Be quite about when you get the kids says shit. I yet to go yen Lana Johnson at either our Nick Washington up which yet she ain't not on she that yet not on the Aja Banda in the show Aja Benan Shiddick Niki J. Howan, or Liejito De Howan, Ado President or Vice President of the United States, Ado the Administration Ishi, Washington Jabadi Neko Equa, the Taton Dika, Yataton Doka, Ajako Ye Johnson Neko. I'd like to encourage our leadership here while we're thinking about hosting a congressional hearing on issues relating to uranium mining. To think about how Navajo Nation would be the host, would be the one staging this event on our terms. Washington, government to government, on our terms, in the way it makes sense to us, in the way it has meaning to us, and from our perspective. Many times we know about how tribal consultations are conducted, in Indian country. Congressional hearings are the same. It's always where the federal government is in that position to control the agenda, control the conversation, as well as control the outcomes. Doesn't matter what was said or comments, questions, issues that are brought up by Indian tribes, the aftermath, always the government does what we think they want to do. It's time to change the that meeting format and agenda where Navajo Nation is conducting this hearing on our own terms. Not to be sounding radical, but it makes sense to us. I represent 5 chapters out in Western Agency. Loop is affected by this. Coal mine, Cameron are affected by this. The subject that we're talking about here, uranium mining activities that happened decades ago, and what remains there are of such activities. And on top of that, the areas I mentioned are former Bennett Freeze areas. There's layers of historical trauma. On top of that, pandemic. I think the federal government, our trustee, need to see that. They need to feel, what it is that we're talking about when we say we have these issues. Navajo Nation EPA, Belinda Shirley, what are the best candy? Caton, the habitat, what of safe the Nancy, the Ningin, his the dots in. He said, now, Iggy Bahatitzi, Washington, it all Nahajo, Cato, than his dost, than his so what are that is next. He said, it out. He said, now, the other recommendations, she said, what they call it, deep out land. Speaker, thank you for this time.
That, moving on down, we have Honorable Charlene So in the queue. Honorable Charlene So, the floor is yours at this time.
Yes, adult 24th Navajo Nation Council. Sagi again na the Snishiyaj Honorable Kialan Begay, Dequa Ebehas Ani, Nita Nilsozagi. Dequa the Quishin Dunson, and it's a long overdue discussion, and it is a demand. A call. Along with this congressional hearing, we also need to stress the health importance and the health effects from uranium. Adult anja a quan hit the anti question so don not the cancer, but that all not. So shama shabijical at L so throat cancer, but don't need multiple melanoma. Anja uranium, but don't need, and it was from the effects of downwinders. And to the full comprehension of these effects, we need to put it at the forefront of our congressional leaders. I feel for the constituents that have lost their battle and have been trying to make a change and voicing their opinions and then the serious impacts that they felt in their lives. We do have families, the Quishi Sweetosani, Dan Lo, Fatin Disney Nahayan, Narsos Biadasos go Equa, Njet the Kadi Lista, but no, Equa and Nagan, and Nechas Aniki, the Bebenalsos, Ishing the Hansosigi, Arjan Nado, and Nachent Dolsos, but no, Equa, Adam Nagan Adodol. So relocation and coercing them into signing those documents, all of those need to be reviewed. And, for the longest time, our people have been taken advantage of just because of their inability to understand and speak English and to read. And I think this is the time that we really need to push forward in this initiative. Thank you. You do have my full support. And, we do have these health impacts, especially within our area. Because I don't like Mexican water. So, Speaker, I waive my time.
That, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue. We go back to reserve time. Oh, actually, I do. Honorable Otto So. On the main motion.
Thank you very much. Do you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So for those it's not President K. Allen Begay, Honorable K. Allen Begay. Requesting the congressional field hearing for the purpose of getting the attention of Congress to look at the issues of the effects of uranium across the Navajo Nation. Even the amendment to get and we're adding on community names, but your legislation applies to all the Navajo Nation. It is a dark chapter of the Navajo people and the nation. And when uranium was discovered on Navajo, Washington, China Shahado ani Kodahot and Lego. I don't so never care for car so cohort. Nea he had a car, but can't down gato. It's easy. I think so, but has opposite that. And they had issue with a sort of Nazi. I net actually that is a big a car, I think it's an addition of that. It I get car. well, I do support this legislation, and not, you know, we as a nation really need to get the attention of Congress. This is the time that we can get the attention of Congress with this administration before the midterm election and before the new swearing happens. Because although this request and uranium issue is a bipartisan matter of Congress, but my fears is that if we wait, we may not be able to get Congress to approve it. This very Congress that's in place, I don't know. Not only that, we really need to get the administration, the current president of the United States office, to really get out here, and the Secretary of Interior and the Energy Secretary. And I really would like to see all the committee chairmen and vice chairmen to be unified as we go to Washington for this request. But this affects all parts of the nation, and I think when this resolution is passed, Mr. Speaker, I would request that a delegation of chairmen and the vice chairmen as to make that trip, to make that request to Congress, to take this very resolution as a unified effort, because you know, HES, Health and Human Service Committee, out of Budget and Finance, the RDC, out of Law and Order, Speaker, I don't. That would really, really look good if the wonderful if the president is by our side and the vice president, then not alcohol. Thank you.
So that, questions back to the sponsor to support comments. Let me go back to reserve time. You have Vice Chair Smith for 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Vice Chair Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker and the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this amendment. I really appreciate some, not amendment, but the legislation that you put forth this morning on the Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, there was a legislation that was passed, it's CAP-18-17 during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. And I haven't been really hearing words from any of the US EPA or anybody like that, but with your leadership and your guidance, during the time that the congressional hearing comes out, I'd like to, if I'm in order, I'd like to also present that during the hearing on CAP 18-17, which is speaks about the trailings and all the catastrophe that happened back in 1970, the late 70s, and it was one of the world's largest disaster that happened. Speaker, I'd like to, for your guidance on that. Is that possible to have them present that to them at that point in time? I reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, if this legislation passed and the congressional hearing working together, whether it be one of the committees or a commission. At that time, they'll be working together with the staff from the Speaker's office, probably Department of Justice, probably Uranium Commission, to develop some kind of agenda. At that time, that's when we can push the issue about addressing and having the discussion on there about CAP-18-17 on there. So at that time, that's when it would be a good recommendation when we're developing the agenda of the hearing or hearings. Then at that time we can move forward on that. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, sir.
With your reserve time at 2 minutes and 6 seconds. We go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Rick Nez in the queue at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Bishop on the Ben Arosh and Anos Kodaisan Arosh staff, Queen Nikan Chahanda Nishigi, Arosh Silla, Honorable Kiel and the Gay. Always appreciate you, my brother. But you sir. Nate Bishop and then long Koro. Dida saw be done hadit I had in that bay bonds some case on the hadal. I'm with you. The congressional hearing to be conducted within the Navajo Nation called the Lebanon Hospital Chicago, Washington, Kintanhal, Grant, and the Ghana at a year one has Aja and hot on Nesto, but it's had a date, oh, cut. Nchit has aro dost halne the detailed so aro hit but aro 8 I think hidden then hint neniki I see by Jensen so hot deep in aro ashin EPA do sato party kato pro nahat on nest hala korana hol just I nitigi midterm elections. Ashin Khajdo Katab and Nashin Kodo, a home saint, not that you know, Adaha, not that the young Nessaquesto. A co, the only that is Adon Haint and Hick A La, but that is not oit Ado that then the Ray Kate Sohinda Neshko, all G's the downwinders that had no what are Chandako Yenak Hakoshin, but that is not good at this change. In the tour ben the Nenegi Koro Mata Taho a core. They are Elan Saban Siskes and the Cotendi Sako, the Horoba or G Counting Nefant Nenegi. Any better they indicate the rate one leg with Hiki Gal Navajo water supply. I don't hit on near Washington go. I thought that's a garbage in the hunt, a large on net on hit on. Bodo Bonet Zara like Quaggy or Kore, but Button now she they have big at your dear hot eye and all choice be had it a coide quiba this though here by Hens and the Horosa bet and had it I do what Hadalia ocean be not it leto Koro, a champion that old nest so Ede hot about this though here I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. I don't have anybody else in the queue. We're on the main motion on legislation 0211-21. So we go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 6 seconds.
Speaker Damon, good afternoon, Nana. I was a Nana Kaitla for this legislation. I see Yat Eto. Nasi Kato, and I'd really like to see U.S. EPA and all those that are involved in this to do a cleanup. And like what Shananda Chairman Yazi said, they're just moving the earth from one point to the next. They need to remove it and get it out of there. our motorcycle ride up there just to look like. And it's still scarred. The land is scarred, and it needs to be really cleaned up, and it really needs to be taken seriously, because Twitchinakwa from there, and it runs down through Gallup, and it runs down through Manlito, and runs down through Lupton, Houck, and they Sanders, and that's the wide ruins. So, we get the radiation. It dries up. Wind blows it, and it just carries it back upstream. It settles down and it comes back. It's like a vicious cycle. I'd like to thank NTUA for hooking up the Park Estates in Beta. They had bad contaminated water, and they hooked up them with good water, and they removed their pipes from Park Estates. And we're still working on the Sanders Unified School. We got a filtration system, but we still have to dispose of that radioactive, and there has been study done on that. That's why I was mentioning it, CAP-18-17 on what was discovered. So I just wanted to present that and say that as leaders of our community. Thank you, Speaker, very much.
That, Vice Chair, thank you very much as well. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in queue. No one else with reserve time on the main motion for legislation 0211-21. We do have one amendment with this legislation. We're ready to vote. Going twice. Going 3 times. Second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, you have one amendment. 1, page 505, line 3, insert additional language into paragraph N as follows. After Church Rock chapter, insert a new following language, communities of Manuelito, Lupton, Houck, and Sanders affected by the Church Rock mining that resulted in the contaminated waste dumped into the Rio Puerco, end of new language. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Good morning, colleagues. On legislation 0211-21 with one amendment.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Speaker, Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Any votes green?
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote-
Honorable. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote.
I vote
Honorable,
green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes
Delegate
green
James votes
via
green.
text. Honorable Vince James votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0211-21. That, colleagues, we're moving on down. Item number 12. We have close of session announcements and adjournment, but colleagues, if you please stand. We did have the Shiprock Veterans Organization doing the retrieving of colors. So at the end of the Navajo Nation Council session.
Speaker, this is Delegate Gay. Speaker, this is Delegate Gay.
Usually they have their cloaks on. They're right here.
Hello?
Thank you. That colleagues, thank you to the Shiprock chapter or Veterans Organization, to the color guard and achieving the colors just now. That colleagues, we are on announcements and adjournment. It's the will of the committee, will of the council.
Speaker Doug Begay, Elmer Begay.
Elmer Begay.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I have an announcement to make. Like I mentioned before, that the Navajo College Association will be having a meeting at Dalcon chapter on the 23rd Saturday at 9 o'clock. So inviting everybody there. So Dalcon chapter and myself and my family will be hosting that for them. So, Speaker, thank you.
No free time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Any other
Speaker?
Yes, Speaker.
This is Edmund. Speaker, members of the council, if you could, Speaker, have staff and our public officers that write up stories, we can find out who qualified the Indian rodeo up in Las Vegas. I know I got one that qualified from Peru, last name Gibson. We can just recognize all of them through a PSA, through your press, and acknowledge all of our Navajo cowboys and cowgirls who qualified. I believe that's going on right now, sir. Could we do that, Speaker?
Yes, we will. It's actually in the process. Thank you,
thank you.
Honorable Chairman Yazzie. That Nomination Council, there's no other
Speaker,
announcements.
this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Speaker, I would just like to remind, I'm sorry, can you recognize me, Speaker? I apologize.
Yes, Madam Chair, for yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I would just like to remind Council that the Law and Order Committee is moving towards amending Title 17. We meet every Wednesday morning at 8:30 in the morning. The meetings last for 2 hours, so it's 8:30 to 10:30. We do meet at the Law and Order Committee building, and we also make it available to chime in through teleconference. So if you are interested in being a part of this meeting, please, we'll send out the meeting agenda information through teleconference so you can chime in. Again, it's the amendment to Title 17, which is our criminal code. Speaker, I'd also like to let my colleagues know that next week I will be traveling to Washington, D.C. To discuss the public safety issues that are currently affecting the Navajo Nation. And we are preparing a booklet at this point to provide statistics and information to our to senators and to representatives that I'll be meeting with during that time. So I do want to let my colleagues know that when this booklet is completed, we will be issuing this booklet out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council that will detail the needs for the infrastructure. But the purpose of this trip is to not only discuss the infrastructural needs, but to also discuss getting onto the operations and maintenance list so that we can build these facilities and have our operations and maintenance covered, in addition to the possibility of entering into a 105L lease with the BIA, and then talk about the 638 contracts to increase funding for our police department, and hopefully if we can get a meeting with IHS to also talk about the possibility of funding the medical examiner's position here on Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to share that with my colleagues at this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That colleagues.
Speaker Freeland.
Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd also like to have colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I just wanted to give a shout out and a best of luck to Caden and Sheridan Jody from Mulholland Wells.
they're competing this week at the INFR in Las Vegas, the constituents at Navajo East chapter. So best of luck to the Jodies, as well as to all of our Navajo cowboys and cowgirls this weekend in Las Vegas. Best of luck to each and every one of them, and we hope to bring back some world titles. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stewart.
Yes, Telespeaker Damon and colleagues, auto staff, not kidding at all. Recognition, Speaker, to CKP Insurance for sponsoring several of our qualifiers to the INFR. The Bates, Michael Bailey, also the Yazzies, and also the Hales, and also Curly. And last night they did do their first round. Some of them placed, some of them had long times, but they did pretty good last night in the first round. So congrats to those, and like everybody else said, good job to the qualifiers.
Great. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I'll just fall in line with the rest of my colleagues who are congratulating their cowboys. I'm sorry if I don't name the cowboys from the West, but the two that come to mind right now, Mr. Lane Granger, Tuba City, Middle area, Evan Batoni, Kabito, Cowboy. Congratulations, and we are rooting for you. Ado, the rest of the Navajo Cowboys representing the Navajo Nation. Thank you very much, and colleagues and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, the other announcements at this time. There's none. Is there a motion to adjourn, colleagues? Motion adjourned by Honorable Wilson Stewart, second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, let's go to the board. Yeah.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Aroso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Joe.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Speaker, I vote green on that last vote. This is Thomas Walker.
Yeah. Honorable Walker votes green. Changes the vote to 22 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion carries. We're officially adjourned at 12:38 on Wednesday, October 20th, 2021 for the Navajo Nation Council's third fall session. That, colleagues, have a good day, safe travels, and again, congratulations to all the qualifiers that are going to be representing the Navajo Nation this week. And then please also be safe out there. I'd really like to thank, even though we didn't have a chance to do the report, I'd really like to thank Kyron for doing the speaker's report. He did a really good job on that report, and all the staff and all the departments for putting that report together for everyone's knowledge. We will be still doing announcements tomorrow. Not announcements, but presentations starting tomorrow is going to be a breast cancer awareness from 9 to 10. And then on Friday from 9 to 10 is boarding school historic and current overviews. So those will be on Thursday and Friday, colleagues. Have a good day. Please stay safe out there, safe travels, and we'll see you when we see you. Go on it.
Go on there.
Bye, Speaker.
Oh, no.